Me.
All right, today is June 22nd, 2021, our City Council special work session calling to order. Just a note to the public that the City Council may vote to go into executive session for legal advice regarding any of the agendized issues. Let's have Councilmember Aslan, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I can do that. Everybody who's able, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Councilmember Salas, our mission statement, please.
Honored to do so, Mr. Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Roll call, please.
Mayor Deasy?
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett?
Here.
Councilmember Aslan?
I'm here still.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Here.
Councilmember Salas?
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni?
Here.
Councilmember Sweet?
Here.
Excellent. Before we get started, I wanted to urge the public with the current fires in the state to please sign up for the emergency notifications from the county. You can get alerts text messaged to you, emailed to you, and it gives you the geographic location so you can know not just what's happening at your home, but whichever area you are currently in. Please go to coconino.az.gov/ready, and you can get signed up for any emergency notifications to know where in the process of ready, set, go for evacuations or any of the latest information that is needed. I also want to let the public know that we are in stage 4 fire restrictions now. Part of that includes no smoking in public areas. It includes no grilling, including anything with an on-off switch. That includes propane and other restrictions. I urge you to take a look and see from the city site what those all the stage 4 restrictions, but we are at the highest level. So thank you. That brings us to agenda item number 4, our public participation. Do we have anything on this item, City Clerk? Just to make sure.
We do not, Mayor.
Great. Then we are down to agenda item 5, Transportation Commission, Bicycle Advisory Committee, and Pedestrian Advisory Committee updates.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. This is Jeff Bowman, the City Traffic Engineer. Happy to bring to you this evening updates from our Transportation Commission, the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and the Bicycle Advisory Committee. We've invited members of all of those committees into the Teams meetings. You'll see a bunch of their names in the lineup here, which is pretty exciting to have them tonight. And we're going to break this presentation up between the 3 chairs of the 3 groups. So Julie Lead will get us started with the Transportation Commission, and then there she is waving, and she'll pass it along to the Pedestrian Advisory Committee Chair, and then the Bicycle Advisory Committee Chair. So with that introduction, I'm ready to hand off to Julie.
Thank you, Jeff. Good afternoon, Mayor Deasy, members of council. Is my audio clear for you?
Yes, sounds good to me.
Excellent. And Jeff, I believe you'll be handling the slides. And Mayor Deasy, if you would please, I can't see the chat, so if there are any questions or comments, I lean to you or I look to you to stop me and let me know that it's time for that conversation.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, excellent. So my name is Julie Lead. I've been on the Transportation Commission since 2016. I am the current chair. I'm a civil engineer, and my area of practice and expertise is transportation. I'm also co-owner of Peak Engineering, which is a local business. On our commission is Kevin Parks. He is vice chair and retired from the National Park Service. and he serves also on the Transit Advisory Committee for Mountain Line. Derek Spice is outdoor enthusiast. He has ties to NAU, Arizona Raft Adventures, and Snowbowl. Kate Morley is the development director for Mountain Line Transit. Bob Kuhn is assistant superintendent of operations at FUSD. Nick Kraft is owner of Indigo 8, a web design company. And Nick chaired the Transportation Tax Commission a few years ago. And Lieutenant Higgins was recently promoted, so we welcome Lieutenant Hernandez just last month from City of Flag Police Department to the commission. We have a couple of vacancies. Our previous chair is Gary Robbins. Bob Mullen was on the commission for many years. Erica Mazza was on commission. Let's see, moving to our council liaison, Councilmember McCarthy, who has been active and participated in Transportation Commission meetings, and we really appreciate that commitment from Councilmember McCarthy. Our staff representative is Jeff Bauman, and we see Rick Barrett, Brett Peterson, Martin Ince, Stephanie Santana, and Reed Miller also participate in Transportation Commission. So we were notified of the opportunity to present to you the beginning of this year. And when we were notified of that opportunity, I anticipated that we would talk about the details of some of our recent discussions and recommendations related to traffic calming, signage, the e-bike policy, and other citizen requests. But in preparing for today, there's an urgency to the conversation related to active transportation. So I've reprioritized this presentation to focus on the amazing work that the pedestrian and bicycle advisory committees have been doing the past few years. You'll get a chance to hear, as Jeff said, from the chairs of both of those committees. This is also an opportunity to talk about our focus areas on Transportation Commission moving forward. And when I conclude, I hope to hear from you what you envision to be the commission's role on these endeavors. And before we go to the next slide, I need to acknowledge recent events. We are so saddened by the loss of Joanna Wheaton, and we know that the survivors are embarking on a long journey of recovery. Our hearts absolutely broke when we heard this news. And in listening to the comments at council's meeting last week, this is an emotionally charged issue, rightfully. People are grieving and angry and asking for action. People are also engaged and demanding change. And I ask those individuals to participate in our meetings or to serve on our commission or committees, because there is so much work to do and so much we can do in this community. So with that, next slide, please, Jeff. This is our enabling legislation is the preamble to the commission's charter. And it is our charge and our position of service to promote the safety of the traveling public and to improve utilization of the public ways for all forms of transportation. We promote all forms of transportation and seek to equally prioritize bike, ped, and transit. This will become even more important as the community strives to meet the ambitious Flagstaff carbon neutrality plan, which I know our committees are going to talk about with you. Next slide, please. We have 5 primary functions listed in our charter. For A, an example of formulating and recommending policies and ordinances is the recent e-bike ordinance or policy that was adopted by council last year. For B, an example would be reviewing truck routes and speed studies related to review of traffic regulations. For item C, we have 2 outstanding committees that have taken on the functions, but more needs to be done. And looking forward, this will be an area of the commission's focus. As one of our pedestrian advisory committee members said to me recently, we can do everything right with infrastructure, but if there isn't awareness and education, then change won't be realized. That's how important C is. We are actively working on item D, which is the progress and expenditure of city streets and capital and transportation improvement planning. And it's a great opportunity to address you this afternoon about this. One unique thing about our commission is that we have the ability to appoint advisory committees, which is the pedestrian and bicycle advisory committees. Our commission meets the first Wednesday every other month. Our next meeting, for all of those of you listening, the public, please join us. Our next meeting is August 4th at 4 p.m. On the off months, we may call for a special meeting such as review of the active transportation master plan or a joint meeting with the PAC or BAC. Next slide, please. Staff receives community complaints and requests, and those that are a little bit more complicated or may be heard by council are brought typically to the Transportation Commission. And nearly all of these, are speed and safety issues. And staff will go out and collect data, engage residents, and review possible solutions to those issues, and then bring them forward for discussion with the commission. Just a few things that we've worked on over the years: Mount Pleasant, Country Club Road, Woodland Drive, University Avenue, Woody Way Gate, which I know you heard about at council a couple of months ago, Santa Fe near Thorpe, the Basis School frontage. We've also looked at things, Highway 89 and Smoke Rise intersection for signalization, the hub study, the parking study that was conducted post completion of that project, the 4th Cedar Lockett Roundabout, Beaver Street bike lanes and removal of street parking on the west side, Lockett Road truck prohibition. I could go on for a while about the handful of things that we've looked at, and I'm happy to discuss those more in detail during the Q&A if you're interested. Other things, we've worked on the e-bike policy and street lights to enhance dark skies or sleds. All right, next slide, please. Current commission items. We are actively discussing traffic calming mitigation measures in Country Club, Boulder Point, and Rio Homes to reduce speed and address safety issues in those neighborhoods. And I would say that speeding and safety issues are rarely solved with signage changes, such as reducing the speed limit. Our streets are designed to be comfortable for motorists traveling at a certain speed, so it's infrastructure changes that we discuss to reduce that comfortable speed. So we test out some of these temporary traffic control devices like you see in this photo here, such as the placement of candlesticks to see if installation of a permanent solution would be effective. It's a lower cost initiative to test the effectiveness of these traffic calming measures so we can really be judicious with tax dollars. Which leads to the first item under planning and policy, and that is the engineering standards. And we are currently discussing the engineering standards and specifically the width and geometry of our local streets and minor collectors to see how we can improve safety for all modes of travel. The next bullet here, there's much to discuss about the ATMP, which we are going to dive into, and you'll also have a follow-up presentation. And then the final bullet is the Capital Improvement Program review. And we are currently working with Brett Peterson and Capital to review the program and the transportation tax expenditures. This effort is starting now, and we expect to have a lively discussion in August about the proposed program. Next slide, please. So as far as the ATMP, working papers began in about 2019. So the ATMP effort has been underway for quite a few years. And the team, the city team, staff, and the committees and commission have been hosting open houses, conducting community surveys, and hosting dozens of committee meetings. And this is just an overview of our timeline for moving forward. It was presented to council in January, and the final draft based on some of the feedback and those comments is underway. And Martin is launching the public review this summer. And we are excited about that and all of the work. Next slide, please. So I think this slide should actually be titled a PAC and BAC brief history, and then going into an introduction. So the BAC and PAC were originally, I think, established in 2007. And Martin, in looking at his notes, actually found notes from 1997 when unofficially there were committees in our community focused on pedestrian and bicycle advocacy. I would note that the PAC meets the first Wednesday of the month, and the Bicycle Advisory Committee BAC meets the first Thursday of the month. All right, and with that, I would like to extend the opportunity to the chair of our Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Dr. Brandon Cruikshank, to talk about the great work that the PAC has been doing. So next slide, and Brandon, take it away. I do not hear Brandon. I can see his face.
Yeah, it looks a bit frozen there. Brandon, if you wanted to turn off your video, it might help with the feed here. Oh, here he comes again.
He is coming back into the meeting, Mayor.
Okay, there we go. That looks better.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I clicked on my video and it kicked me out, so I'm not sure what happened. So, okay. Anyway, Mayor DC and members of the City Council, thank you for allowing us to present tonight. As Julie said, my name is Brandon Cruikshank. I'm a professor at NAU and I'm chair of the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I'd like to introduce a few other people on the committee. We really have a really dynamic committee, a lot of people working hard to improve pedestrian and also overlapping to biking in town. And I believe Whitney Holeva Eklund is with us tonight in this meeting. Other members of our committee are Tahani Herta, Matt McGrath, Jody Norris, Ron Norton, and Zach Swartz. So I appreciate all of their work. They are a joy to work with, and I'm happy they are on the committee. I'd also like to recognize Council Member McCarthy, who is our liaison and attends our meetings, so thank you for that. And without our staff representative, Martin Ince, we would certainly not be as focused and successful in what we do. So Martin, feel free to jump in at any point if I forget to talk about things that I should. And before I get into kind of what we do as a committee, I'd like to recognize one other person who really is the father of the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and that's Jack Welch. And I'm sure a lot of you know Jack. I believe Jack is originally from St. Louis, Missouri. And when he was looking to retire, he was looking for a place out west to retire to. And you know, why he ended up choosing Flagstaff, at least this is what Jack tells us, is because of the foots. You know, and you know, everybody knows our wonderful multimodal trail system here in Flagstaff that everybody loves. And I'm sure we all have stories of relatives and friends who come to visit who also love this trail system. And so this is a big part of what we do on the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And you know, the foot system is really a large part of the character and fabric of our city. And as I just found out yesterday, in 2000, we had 27 miles of the Foots Trail system. Today we are up to 58 miles. So we've made a lot of progress there. And so the reason why, not only do I want to bring up Jack, because he's really the one who got the Pedestrian Advisory Committee started, he kind of feels that expansion of the foot system has stalled. So this is going to be we're going to refocus as a committee, and kind of rekindle our urgency to complete the foot system. So if we could go to the next slide. So on our committee, on the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, we strongly believe that street designs needs to be an all-encompassing approach, and we can't just be okay with sidewalks and bike lanes. Okay, for streets that do not have sidewalks and bike lanes, we need to think bigger than that. Okay, and it doesn't apply just to new streets. When streets are maintained or rebuilt, we need to have this all-encompassing approach. And let me just share something with you that's had a big impact on my family and my life, because the street that I live on and have lived on for 26 years was recently improved, and that's Navajo Road. And, you know, it's a pretty busy street. The houses were built in the early 1950s, no sidewalks, very fast traffic. And, you know, now we have a brand new road. We have sidewalks on both sides of the street. The road has been narrowed down, and so traffic is now much slower. It's a much nicer place to live, nicer place to walk, and it's really improved the quality of ped and bike on that road. So I just wanted to share that with you. Another part of our philosophy or our guiding principle is that any ped and bike accommodation, our ped and bike accommodations need to be improved on every single project we do, every single project, okay? And as I will get into in upcoming slides, we've really been focused on projects and prioritizing needs, short-term, medium-term, long-term, but we really do, as we go forward, want to expand our reach and get more into the education side of things. You know, how do we encourage more people to travel by foot or by bike rather than by vehicle? And you'll see at the top of this slide, you'll see Flagstaff walks, and that was a big part of what we did for many years. We've kind of gotten away from that, but I think we really need to do a better job as a committee of promoting walking, and of course we have close ties with the bicycling committee as well. Couple other things I want to bring up on this slide that you might see there. Snow removal. Surprisingly, this is something that comes up both from committee members quite often in our meetings, but also from members of the public in attendance. You know, we can have the best facilities, whether ped or bike, and if the snow is not removed promptly, or done adequately. You know, a lot of times there's lots of snow that gets piled up on corners and you can't even access the sidewalk. So snow removal does need to be a priority. And you'll also see on this slide the active transportation master plan. We've been doing lots and lots of work on that of late. You know, looking at missing sidewalks, where we need to fill those in, at-grade crossings, of course, the foot system. And again, I think we need to refocus on that. And as you can see, I'll just repeat this because I think it's really important. Every project that we do as a city should enhance ped and bike, and I think that should be a philosophy going forward. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So just looking at this map here, this is a lot of what we've been doing of late, and it can be quite tedious, but we look at lots of maps. We prioritize projects, short-term, medium-term, long-term, and you know, so that's, I think, an important part of what we do, you know, that nuts and bolts, prioritization, but I think we need to think bigger than that and really look at a more holistic approach to bringing ped and bike to the members of our community. And so that leads me into our next slide. So what comes next? And I think, you know, it really gets back to this idea of, you know, we really want to think big. We really want to think of any street design as all encompassing, okay? And, you know, it shouldn't be the street first and then ped and bike come second. It should all work together and, you know, work out best for everybody. As you can see here, we tend to, as a committee, focus on smaller projects because we kind of feel they are more cost effective. Again, those are missing sidewalks, at-grade crossings, foot connections. But maybe this is where the city council can help us a little bit. With these bigger projects, we are somewhat reluctant to, you know, prioritize those because they are so expensive, but they can really be game changers. You know, looking at, you know, a tunnel under 66 in the railroad tracks to downtown, that could be a big game changer. So those are the things that, you know, we would like to work with the city council on to see if some of those big ticket items, you know, can rise to the top of the list. And I don't know if Martin wants to jump in here. The last bullet point there kind of gets to, we want to be able to do it all. We want to move beyond, just the projects and the identification and all that, and really get into education, maintenance, and planning. And as I've been told, there are 3 vacancies that are being searched for. So I think that will help us move forward as a committee, in terms of our long-term goals. Moving on to the next slide, I guess that's pretty much what I have to say about the pedestrian group. I think I will turn it over now to the Bicycle Advisory Committee. We do a lot of overlap between what we do. We have had some joint meetings, which has been quite beneficial. So let me turn the presentation over to Mark Howitt, the chair of the Bicycle Advisory Committee. And thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Hopefully you can hear me clearly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Well, so first of all, the first requirement to be a chair on one of these committees is not to have a lot of hair on top of your head, as you can see from me and Brandon. I am Mark Howard. I'm the chair of the Bicycle Advisory Committee. Currently, we are a fully staffed committee, which is great. We have 7 members to the committee. And, it's always great to have that. I know the PAC has been struggling getting 3 more, so we really want to see them get staffed up because it helps with this whole process. What we've been working on for the past, goodness, I don't know how many years now, is the ATMP Active Transportation Master Plan, which you'll be hearing a lot about today. Our part is primarily with dealing with bicycles. However, it's also dealing with traffic, and because it really has to be holistic: cars, pedestrians, bicycles, and even transit for the whole thing to work. The big advantage to the Active Transportation Master Plan is that we don't do things haphazardly or piecemeal as they've been done in the past. We have several great miles of futz trails, of sidewalks, of bike lanes, but the current state, they're not completely interconnected. So we do not have a comprehensive system where people can get across town. There's a lot of missing sections. And we really work to try to figure out how those can be filled in, how to prioritize those. Some of them are waiting on developers. When new housing developments go in, then also those sections of futz trails and whatnot get tied together, which has been a small problem. I want to touch on that real quickly. Is if we forever wait on developers, we're going to continue to have holes. Some of our projects, it's probably going to pay for the city to actually step up, foot the bill ahead of time, and get some of those done. I think in particular the trail that goes between Sands Club, Homeco, that area, over to Coconino Community College. It's mostly just a dirt double track that's really rough, and the city's reluctant to jump in and pay for it because we're hoping that someday a developer will pay for it. But that could be another decade, another 2 decades, another 3 decades. And in the meantime, it could be a great corridor to connect people from Butler Avenue, basically, over to the community college, to NAU, to Lone Tree, to Zuni, and all those areas over there, which helps with the whole problem of bicycling on Butler. Is if we can provide alternative routes off of the main thoroughfares, that is by far the safest option. And we can look at some options tonight to make streets like Butler, West Route 66, and others safer for bikes, but ultimately separated systems can provide the safest method for getting across town for bikes. One of the things we do is we look at intersections and how to get bicycles safely across especially the major intersections. Martin can explain those in greater detail, but it can be, we can have beacon crossings in the middle of intersections, such as the ones on Butler by NAU, where people push a button and lights light up and they can cross. We have protected intersections, which are kind of convoluted to explain, but hopefully Martin will have some slides for you. But basically allows bicycles to get through intersections in a much better way, and so to enhance crossings. We have prioritized the projects over the last couple of years into short, medium, and long-term priorities. When we finished prioritizing those before the last measure went before the voters for transportation, we came up with a number of something like 120 million. Of course, that number is going to be a lot higher now due to the recent inflation, but roughly 120 million, and we only got about 29 million of it funded, which means basically only the short-term priorities have funding for them over the next 20 years. The medium and long-term priorities have no funding at this current time. And that has become, and it's obviously going to be an issue. Right now, we've got money in the very short term to do some projects, but down the road, we're going to need a lot more. All right, going to the next slide, we should be on bikeway types. And this will tie in a little bit to the citizens petition later, but we use a number of different bikeway types depending on the road. You can have a shared use path next to the road or all by itself. You can have a separated bike lane that has some kind of barrier between the road and the bike lane. When we think of separated bike lane, you can kind of imagine on the west side of 180, the bike / sidewalk, it's not fully a futz, but basically a futz on the left side or west side of 180. You have a guardrail between the sidewalk, futz trail, and the main road, which provides a lot of safety and comfort for bicyclists. The only time we can really do that separated bike lane is when there's very few driveways or roads. I know there's a petition tonight to try to do something like that on Butler. I will say in advance that is very difficult because each one of those driveways and roads has to have access across the bike lane to get cars in and out of the side streets. So where those separated bike lanes really work well is where building new roads in advance, we can kind of plan for them, but going to existing roads, they only work well with not a lot of driveways. The buffered bike lane, sorry, my slides keep skipping forward. The buffered bike lane is slightly more comfortable for cyclists. I'm not sure it's entirely safer. It does give you a little more room so you don't get side swiped by a car. It's basically two sets of lines instead of one between the bike lane and the car lane. It does feel a little more comfortable. It does not provide any physical protection other than a little more space. And then we have our standard bike lane, which is just a solid line between the car lane and the bike lane. And finally, we have shared bike lanes. You've probably seen these chevrons on the road. We have them on San Francisco Street, part of Beaver, and a few other places. And it's basically two chevrons and a bicycle painted on the road that indicates the bicycle can take the full lane of traffic to use and should take the full lane. And what that does is help bicycles not to get doored, as we say. So when cars that are parked on the side of the road open their doors so the driver can get out, and this has happened, accidents can happen where bicycles run into those doors and people get injured. So a shared lane allows the bicyclist to take the full lane of traffic. Typically works well on low-speed streets like South San Francisco, around downtown. The big problem with those is the paint wears off quickly, and we really need more funding to get those repainted almost on an annual basis. Otherwise, they're almost useless because cars don't see that the bicycles are supposed to be able to share the lane. Our overarching goal of the Bicycle Advisory Committee is ultimately to get more people on bikes. We found that very low percentage of people are really comfortable in all traffic situations. Maybe 6-7% of people that ride bikes will actually get out there in traffic and feel comfortable. It's the other 60%, and there's probably 30% of people that never feel comfortable no matter what, but there's 60% of the people out there that own bikes and would ride bikes if they felt fully comfortable out in traffic. And a lot of that has to do with providing a comfortable infrastructure. So protected bike lanes, just making them feel safe around cars. The other thing we need is a really, like I touched on before, a connected network using all these different types, whether it be futz trails, bike lanes, cycle tracks, to get a complete network where people can actually commute and get around town. It's currently very difficult to get across town safely on a bike and comfortably. One of the goals of the city recently has been the carbon neutrality plan. And a big part of that is reducing vehicle emissions and therefore more reliance on ped, bike, and of course, public transit. Our interest is the bicycling part. The more we can get people out of their vehicles and onto a bicycle, we're obviously reducing emissions, and we're also creating a friendlier community. It's not just, if we do other retrofits to homes and businesses as part of the CNP, that can reach some of the goals, but the advantage of getting people out of their vehicles and onto bikes is it's not just reducing emissions, it's creating a healthier community. It's good for people as far as their personal health. It's creating better community character. It meets a lot of goals besides just the CNP. And of course, good design encourages good behavior. We want to, this goes for bicyclists, we want people to be riding the correct direction on the streets and really enjoying their time out there. One of our great successes this year is the Sheep Crossing. And that's the new crossing that goes from Ponderosa Trails community over to Fort Tuthill. This allows cyclists and pedestrians to go completely under the freeway and under 89A and not have to cross those intersections safely. And people love it. They can get to the park and back. Little kids can ride there, and it's just a fantastic system. And a good example where we can do better is Beulah and McConnell over by the West Side Walmart, where suddenly the bike lane just ends and just disappears and dumps bicyclists onto the street. And that's very uncomfortable for the average rider. Only highly skilled riders want to do that. So we need to fix situations like that. The bottom line is we need a lot more funding. It takes a lot of money to do these projects, and that is basically what we're asking the city for, is to step up and help fund these things. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Brandon. It's your passion shows through when you get the opportunity to present on things you're working on. And I know in listening to all of the members of your committees, the passion there for what you do is so strong. It's inspiring, absolutely inspiring. So thank you. So with that, I would like to go to special recognition of Jack Welch. And Brandon already introduced you a little bit to Jack. He is our tireless active transportation champion. And let's see here. So he started on the Traffic Commission, is what it was called, in the early 2000s. And as Brendan said, he was instrumental in creation of the BAC and PAC. He started the Flagstaff Walks program, which was originally called the Walk the Walk. And when I interviewed him in preparation for this, I asked him about what he thought one of the biggest achievements are for our community during his tenure, and it is the foots. It's the adding dozens of miles to the foots during his time serving on the commission and committees. He added that expansion of transit and the first mile and the last mile is something that we need to focus on, that needs attention and needs momentum. He told me no regrets, and this Flagstaff is a wonderful, great place, and it was the foots that led him to live here. His advice is to show up, be there, and do the work. And with that, I thank Jack. A round of applause for Jack Welch if he's listening. Thank you for your tireless activism for bicycle and pedestrian in our community. All right. And I guess I should say, too, that Jack commended Martin and Martin's commitment to bicycle and pedestrian activity and advocacy in our community, and just had wonderful things to say about Martin and all of the work that he's done. He wanted me to make sure to pass that along to you so that you knew that. Right. So looking ahead, my next slide, please, Jeff. This is my wrap-up slide. This is what is on our agenda for the coming months and likely years. We've talked about all of them, I think, but one, and that is this public education campaign. There's more to come on this topic in partnership with our committees, so please stay tuned on that. And this afternoon presentation to you, I'm joined by a handful of, I think many, if not all of my fellow commissioners. We are here to answer questions and field discussion. That last slide, please. And so I would like to conclude that one of the questions that I asked at the beginning of this presentation was, what roles would the council like us to continue, add, or change? We'd really like to hear from you about focus items and priorities and how these might align with your expectations. So with that, thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the speakers today, all the hard work you all are doing, and yeah, I'll echo you can hear the passion and what you all are doing, and we're all realizing that it's more important than ever. So thank you so much. Council, do we have any questions or commentary? Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And thank you all for the presentation. I am very appreciative that we get this update, and thank you for acknowledging that these issues have risen to an even more important level than they were previously. A couple of things that were said, I just want to put an exclamation mark to, and that is speeding is one of the reasons why I don't believe we should expand the size of roads, because the bigger the road, the faster people feel comfortable going. So if we're expanding roads, I would like to see it only being done to add separated bike lanes or some other pedestrian or bicycle infrastructure. And Brandon mentioned that bike and ped infrastructure should be a priority. I want to emphasize that. And I'd also like to say that because we have emphasized other modes of transportation for so long, that perhaps we ought to look at bike and ped and transit as the priority, with moving cars around as a second priority. And every project, and I hope that staff has already heard this from us, but every project should come with complete bike and ped infrastructure. So that's what I wanted to say. So you're hearing enthusiasm from me and full support for this work you're doing, and I'd just like to encourage us all to prioritize biking and pedestrian infrastructure even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Aslan.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, Mayor and City Manager, for creating a space to have this conversation, and for all those who have pushed to make this conversation happen when it's happening. You know, this is all happening in the shadow of an immense tragedy that we're all experiencing and still reeling from. And I know it may sound kind of crass to say this, but I think it's worth saying no disaster of that magnitude should ever be allowed to come to pass without being able to find some sort of silver lining. And I hope that what we're embarking upon today is a brand new paradigm in how we think about funding and prioritizing and valuing multimodal alternative transportation methods within the city of Flagstaff. We do like to talk the talk, but it has always been difficult for us to walk the walk into the bike path. And I sense for myself that there might be some momentum here, and that could be changing. And I want to share my enthusiasm as well, Vice Mayor. I also want to share how impressed I am with these committees. Talk about A-teams. Julie, you carry so much self-possession with you in your role, and I just really appreciate your leadership. Brandon and Mark, your own enthusiasm and your own passion really came through in your presentations. And if I were to be short-winded, which unfortunately I never am, I would leave the conversation with just some of the quotes I heard this afternoon, and it certainly should be considered direction to our city leadership. and legal. Every project we do as a city should enhance ped and bike. That's a direct quote from Brandon that I wrote down. We need to think big. Mark said connected networks, and Brandon also mentioned that every new street design should be all-encompassing. And I couldn't agree more. I think it's so important. I think we're in a position here in the city of Flagstaff that we've got some things going, and we're capable of building momentum on that. And now it's time to put our resources where our desires are. I have never been somebody who understood that widening streets alleviated traffic congestion. I firmly believe that when we build more roads, we are only inviting more traffic. And I think there's a lot of nuance in there in terms of Prop 419. And I know this conversation is very much going to bleed into the next one about the petition. We don't need to be widening roads. We do need to be maintaining and improving our vehicular traffic pathways. We need to be creating greater connectivity to lessen congestion. But those conversations should always be had in the context of enhancing pedestrian and bike pathways and safety as well. One of my pet projects, I talk about this a lot, and I saw Jeff Melbick jump on the call here, who is with MetroPlan, and I'm a member of the MetroPlan board as well. And something that I've brought up many times already to many people in the city and elsewhere is the need for some sort of dedicated pedestrian cycling overpass over I-40 that connects the South Lake Mary neighborhoods, including Zuni Drive and Bow and Arrow Park and Ponderosa Trails, directly onto South Campus, right where that power station is and near where the soccer fields are. I don't get to bike and walk into town as much as I would like to as a resident of Ponderosa Trails because I do not feel safe navigating South Lake Mary and Beulah in order to get onto Milton, in order to get into the heart of town. And I've always mentioned this as sort of knowing it's a little bit of a lost cause, something that could happen in the next 40 or 50 years, but something I would probably never see occur in my lifetime, or at the very least my term on council. Another thing to add to that's just it's a much lesser concern than safety, but when I am walking, I also avoid those pathways because of the noise, the vehicular traffic noise. It's an impediment to the exercise and meditation experience I'm going through when I do my 6 miles a day. And so that's something that could be part of the conversation as well. And I do think that there's a lot of nuance to this, and there's going to be a lot of legal things that we need to discuss and navigate. And especially with Prop 419, I don't know precisely how reallocating all of that funding is going to be possible or plausible. But I do know that at the end of the day, what we need to focus on is enhancing ped and bike for every project we do as a city. And that is a commitment that you have from me as one of the 7 voices on council. And I look forward to seeing what we can do together under the shadow of the tragedy that has befallen our community, while at the same time maintaining a pragmatic eye on solutions that don't, what's the word I'm looking for? We can't ignore the existence of vehicular traffic and the elemental, essential role that car transportation has in our community. So this is a both and I look forward to these continuing conversations and to being part of the solution that has been far too long in coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chair Lead, Chair Cruikshank. Hopefully I pronounced that more or less correctly. Chair Howitt, and all the commissioners and committee members who are serving on these committees and commissions. I so appreciate all of you and your dedication to helping the city and helping us, the city council, move forward with what is needed for our community. I want to thank staff, and I also want to thank Councilmember McCarthy for your involvement and dedication to helping be that glue and liaison for us. I want to thank City Manager Clifton for bringing this conversation forward. And I think, going right to your question, Chair Lead, more communication between the commission and the committees and us would be, I think, a benefit. I really appreciate the update, and it's hard to kind of get all caught up and figure out next steps in one meeting a year, but I mean, we'll take it, right? It's fine, but it'd be great if we met twice a year, even 3 times a year. I don't know, we have a lot of commissions and it's hard to do that with everybody, but I just think that there's so much work to be done on this front, and we are so behind on those efforts that I can see the next couple of years or next few years being a lot of work for the committees and the commission and the council and staff and the community at large. This is our time to shine. And I think that this community is ready. I think that they're fed up and they're ready to see a big shift. And so your roles are so crucial. And I already posted to my social media that there's 2 openings on the Transportation Commission. So hopefully folks will engage more in the commissions. But I do have some comments I want to run through really quick. Okay, so Chair Lead, you talked about ATMP. I think outreach is somewhere that you all can really help with. I'm not too sure exactly how that looks like, but as we enter that public review, I really want to really hit all the community and all of us in our networks the best we can do. I think at some point you were talking about within the ATMP design standards, and I believe we use the Maricopa Streets design standards, and I wonder why. And I wonder if that's something we can adjust and look at. And so maybe that's something that your commission and committees can look at within the ATMP. I think that, a big part of the near couple years is going to be looking at the foots and how to better improve that, to better accommodate more bicycle traffic. I think as we do connect the holistic routes, our holistic system in our community, which hopefully we will get direction from council to do today. I'm very excited about that, but we'll see in the next conversation. But once we do that, we're going to release the floodgates, and we're going to see a huge increase of bicyclists in this community. And so those cyclists are going to be utilizing the foots, and the foots is going to need attention. And so that's somewhere I think the commission could look at. An idea that someone shared with me was an online portal for locals through our website to report speed concerns or safety concerns, cinders, blocked routes, snow, etc. We get a lot of emails with screenshots or photos of, hey, I'm riding my bike and this is what I'm dealing with. This is not okay. When's the city going to help look at that? And props to Scott Overton with Streets and Andy Bertelstein. They typically respond very well and proactively, but I mean, I was riding around every day, but recently and thinking, gosh, this is still really bad, right? All of us who cycle know how bad the roads are for us right now, months, after our last snow. So I think like an online portal would be a cool thing to implement. And then another big topic I'm hoping to bring up in our next conversation is to pause all of our city developments in terms of improvements to ensure that traffic calming measures and bike and pedestrians are at the heart of our plans. I thought it was really interesting hearing Chair Quickshrink talk about Navajo, because I've heard from folks on Navajo, and I'm curious what staff would say, but I've heard from folks living on Navajo that they're seeing cars travel faster. And maybe it's because of the increased parking, or I'm not too sure exactly why. Maybe staff can speak to this or someone else, but I'm hearing that Navajo, there's already signs going up saying slow down and that they're already having issues, although that they really appreciate the sidewalk. I still think we might be building our roads too wide so that there's a perception that, if there's not parked cars filling the sides, cars are naturally driving faster. So that's concerning. But what I really wanted to say in regards to your presentation, Chair, was in my opinion, we need action. We've been talking for a long time, and I'm not interested in a big, another year of talking. I'm interested in action. We have documents upon documents that we can address. So that's our next agenda item. So I'm not going to get into that, Mayor, but okay. To Chair Cruikshank, can't just be about sidewalks and bike lanes. I love what you're talking about. I really appreciate that. All-encompassing approach, I 100% agree. We need all of our designs and projects to be that. And that's what I'm hoping with this pause that I'm talking about. And I love that you're empowering us and challenging us to think bigger. I 100% agree with you. I think it starts with the ATMP and that not just being a document that sits on the shelf. And that's talking about right-sizing roads. We're talking about potentially taking lanes and converting them to bike and ped only. Think about Beaver, maybe Butler, maybe other avenues like Fourth, and really, making this work for the community. And then to Chair Howitt, thank you for your comments. I think that there's a lot to do in the short term, and I'm glad that we're funding the short term, but there are a lot of Band-Aids and it'll help. But I'm really curious about that medium and long-term funding that you had talked about and those needs. I'm wondering if Martin or Rick or someone can email that list to council, because as we do dive into the 419 conversation and the funding, I think that'd be helpful to have that at our fingertips. And yeah, I'm wondering with Butler, as he talks about it being challenging to address, maybe taking a lane is the best way to right size that avenue, that thorough way. And that you talked about connected networks, and the next agenda item, I believe, is going to potentially provide a connected network that you'll be very pleased with. And you talked about sheep crossing and how people love it. And that's because they're separated from cars, right? And they're able to get around with a sense of priority. So my only question for you, Chair Howitt, was you said more funding was needed. Did you say it was 130 million that was originally requested for 419? Did I hear that correctly?
I might interject here. I don't know if Chair Howitt, I know he had an obligation right at 4. So that might be a good question for Martin.
Hey, Martin.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of the council. Martin Ince, Multimodal Transportation Planner. At the time of the Citizens Transportation Tax Committee, we submitted a list of all of the missing sidewalks, planned crossings, foot trails, bike lanes, et cetera. And the total ticket for that project list was in the order of $120 million. We didn't make a formal request for all of that or any part of that, but we presented that as kind of the overall list of everything that's needed or planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I appreciate that. And my last comment, Mayor, in closing and Chair, is just that we just better include the committees in the transportation's work and in the review processes that we and you know a lot better than I do, Chair, what does and doesn't go before the committees. But we have excellent committees is what I'm hearing and witnessing through my own engagement. And I think that they have a very important voice that needs to be heard, especially right now in the years to come. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everybody. I appreciate you giving me the space to talk today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to, let me get my camera on here. Thank the commissions for the passion. I certainly can feel it tonight. And I have mentioned this before, but I'm a new bike commuter and, thinking a lot about tonight's meeting, the separated bike lanes would really help incentivize me to ride my bike more often. I am new, so I'm a little timid, but if I had that option, I would certainly be riding the bike a lot more. I do agree with right sizing our roads instead of widening. I think that doing some of my own reading on that, it seems like the way to go. And I I definitely agree that every project should have multimodal infrastructure. And I do like the idea of hitting that pause button and the first and last mile with the bus system. My boys ride the bus more than I do, but I think that if we had that in place, it would, help my family ride the bus more often. And I personally would be interested in learning more about the educational component. I think reminding people in the cars and the trucks that there are bikes on the road, I think that's just an important thing, even with separated bike lanes, even with all of the infrastructure. When I see those reminders, it definitely helps me to slow down and really look around and check out my surroundings. And I do agree with Councilmember Shimoni that more communication between the commissions and council would be helpful. And last in my notes is connecting the foots as a whole. That would also help my family get around town more and ride our bikes. So thank you again for your passion and all the information tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to dedicate this space in expressing my gratitude and grateful heart to every member of the Transportation Commission and the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committees under the Transportation Commission. I believe we are at a pivotal moment where the Transportation Commission, along with the advisory committees, can converge with other commissions, such as the open space commissions. I remember back in January, February, in a presentation to the Parks and Recreation Commission, our open space specialist had discussed this long-term vision for our open space and trails, and which leads to more trail building and maintenance and connectivity. And those conversations can happen now in terms of integrating our open space and trails with our multimodal transportation system. I also want to create a space of acknowledgement and gratitude to our multimodal planner, Martin Inns, as well as every member of our staff involved in traffic engineering and transportation planning, because I believe in every city funded and city sponsored project, there's a mindful purpose of having bicycle and pedestrian safety as top of mind. A project that come to mind is the replacement of 4th Street Bridge over I-40, which is a city project in partnership with ADOT. And this is also a pivotal moment for our city leadership and city delegation to the Metro Plan, which is chaired by Councilmember McCarthy, and Councilmember Aslan and I are on the Metro Plan as well, and the Vice Mayor as an alternate member of Metro Plan Board, which is the Regional Transportation Planning Agency for Metropolitan Flagstaff from Williams to Winslow. And this is Metro Plan is multi-agency transportation planning entity consisting of the city, the county, ADOT, NAU, and NAPTA Mountain Line. So the challenge is upon us in terms of influencing leadership at the county and the state board and ADOT about expanding perspective and awareness in terms of multimodal transportation planning, especially along Milton and Highway 180 and Port Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Shimoni has a quick question.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, couple things. So in terms of traffic mitigation, I think it's on University. We put in that those candlesticks, and I want to say we took away a bike lane in doing that. Is that correct?
Councilmember Shimoni, I can respond to that. That's actually street parking at that point. The bike lane terminates a little bit down the hill, a little bit further to the east in that location.
I see. Okay. Well, that might be something worth discussing, Council, because I've heard from multiple riders who have encountered that saying, what the heck do we do now? This bike lane just terminates, and it wasn't like that before, I don't believe, but maybe it was. Anyways, just wanted to bring that up. And then just mention in closing, Mayor, that I just want to acknowledge Jack Welsh personally. He's been a great friend of mine, a mentor and an inspiration, and he, in my early activism days, has really helped plug me in and inspire me to run for office. So he wanted me to join the commission, but I thought if I ran for office, I could do more. So thank you, Jack, and we love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'll just touch on Mr. Shimoni's comment about the candlesticks. I drive by there every time I go into town because I live right there. I don't know if there's officially a bike lane there, but there's a white line with about 4 feet of pavement on the right side of it. But all of a sudden, it does disappear. And one time when I was going there was a bicyclist in front of me, and I guess maybe this is good. I had to slow down to about 10 miles an hour because he took the lane. But I do have concerns about that same issue that you brought up. I definitely believe that it's good to calm the traffic, but I don't know what the bicyclists are supposed to do. Maybe we should open the curb up there so they can go up onto the sidewalk, assuming there's no pedestrians. So it's like a lot of things in life, there are no easy answers. There's trade-offs both ways. So going back to the other thoughts I had first, I have attended not all, but most of the Transportation Commission meetings, the bicycle and pedestrian committee meetings. And I think someone used the phrase, that's the A-team. Absolutely. The meetings are very productive, and I want to thank all of the members of the commission and the committees for being involved, and Julie for the leadership that you're providing. And also our staff people, Martin Entz and Jeff Bauman. So I guess some of the big takeaways for me is, if we're going to be doing a project on a street, be that a new street or modification or whatever, we definitely should take into account pedestrian and bicycle safety in a way that we never have before. And this won't be done overnight. Our streets have been being built for 70, 80 years. So it's not going to be a revolution in one day, but we do need to move it up the priority list. I want to comment to Mr. Aslan's idea about having a bridge over I-40. So I'm thinking, well, is that really practical? Well, I used to live in Tempe, and we had a bridge over, I think it's Highway 60, which I believe is like a 6-lane freeway. And we had a bridge over that in the area of Mill Avenue. And when I lived in Tempe and later in Ahwatukee, I would use that bridge quite frequently. And that was my route to get up to downtown Tempe or to get into Phoenix. So I think that should be on the list. I will say that when I moved up here, I was pretty frustrated as a cyclist. The foot trails are great. They remind me of the bicycle riding I've done in Seattle along the Gilman Trail. But in general, I had to find routes where I would, like for instance, when I go down Milton, I wouldn't ride in the street. I'd be up on the sidewalk, and I would ride across NAU campus. But we need better routes and better connectivity, which other people have talked about. And I am supportive of that. I know we're not going to change the world in a day or a week, but we need to be pushing a lot harder in that direction than we have since I've lived here, which is about 2 decades now. So anyway, I want, again, thank you to the committees and the commissions for the presentation, and keep up the good work. The community really does appreciate your work, and don't be afraid to push on council a little bit. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCarthy. I had a couple things here as well. One thing, and I know there's outreach in this regard, but I think we need to kind of step up a lot of the children's programs for education around bicycling. I know from having a 12-year-old right now, how much freedom bicycles give to children and how important it is for them to be, it's a key age to culturing them to this type of transportation that could be maximized. I do know there was a program a few years ago, I think it's like a safe to schools program, something like that, that ended up not continuing. It might be something to reconsider. That I think it was a joint funded Safe Routes to School. Thank you, Kim. That would, I just think that should be something we think about, as well as when we start changing the roads, because I have a feeling we'll see what comes up in our next conversation, but that we are going to look at all kinds of ideas and try a lot of new things, that we are setting these things up as kind of experiments, that, we're trying one thing on one road, one thing on another. What's the data show? And use this as a snowball effect to prove to the community that these things are working, or what's working the best for the dollars that we're spending. So I just think that's an important factor, to always have the data before and after. And the other thing is, I had mentioned it before too, but I would like to see what possibilities there are for artwork, that making some 3-dimensional type crosswalks. And I mean, I only went surface deep and myself looking over it, but I'd really love to hear from the commissions how that has worked in other cities to create that illusion that, for example, there's going to be like a little bump for the crosswalk, and make it seem that way, so that way people slow down just from the optical illusion. And I've also heard, also saw that one city outside of a school did a what do you call it? Hopscotch. So they made the crosswalk a hopscotch. So then people start looking for children all around right away. So I think there may be some creative ways to do it. But again, this is not my area of expertise by any means, which is why we have you all to help us as elected leaders help with these kinds of decision making. So I just would like to see what you all have to think on those parts. So, and what info is available. But I think that's all I have here. So, sorry, I'm just reading the text box here. So thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm looking forward to the next discussion where we're talking some more dollars and cents and really acting on this, which is, I hope, the direction that we're going.
Thank you, Mayor DZ, and thank you, members of council. I heard you, and it sounds like I will be seeing you soon.
Thank you. We're giving you a lot of hard work, so appreciate you all up to the task. All right. Well, with that brings us down to agenda item number 6, the petition for lack of safe and accessible bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure in Flagstaff. Mr. Barrett.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor DC, Vice Mayor and members of council. I am Rick Barrett, City Engineer. Joined tonight, I'm going to have Martin Ince and Jeff Bauman, different parts of this presentation. But yes, tonight we are going to be discussing, as council has already, moved forward this citizen petition that was initially discussed last week. So the citizens petition is entitled Lack of Safe and Accessible Bicycle and Pedestrian Infrastructure in Flagstaff. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, so this is just a quick little overview. I thought maybe a flow chart might help us see what's going on here. Obviously, a petition comes into the city council. This petition is broken into 3 categories. It's the 419 reallocation, the acceleration of projects, and reduced speed limits. And our presentation is going to focus on that. And actually, we're going to jump into the ATMP and accelerating projects as a top priority here. But before we jump into the next slides, I first wanted to thank all our agency partners that have been involved with the many projects we're going to be talking about. Of course, we have NAU and ADOT. As been mentioned tonight, we have Metro Plan and Mountain Line. We have our transportation commissions and its subcommittee. Very important stuff. These issues are broad. These issues include city policies. As council's well aware, it involves budget and programming, our 5-year programming. You'll even hear that, this is going to bring our city code into discussion as well. So with us tonight, other than Jeff and Martin, who I have previously mentioned, we have other members of staff, Team Flagstaff, available for your discussion tonight, Mayor. We have legal, we have public works, we have police, we have finance and budget, as well as sustainability. Of course, we have our capital improvement staff and our community development staff. And I just want to assure you that we are all here to help council with this important community issue. So with that, Jeff, if you can advance to the next slide, please.
But jumping here real quick, Mr. Barrett, city attorney had a comment.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, Mayor and council and staff, as well as any listening in and those that will be commenting. I just want to make sure we're clear that this is a work session tonight. There will be discussion and direction that can be given, but council will not be voting to take any action. When a petition comes in, council can consider whether they want to discuss it, which they did last week. Tonight is that discussion and possible direction. And then at that point, if there is direction, staff really jumps into the meat of it. I just want to make sure everybody is clear from the outset that it's merely a discussion and direction tonight, not a vote for action.
Thank you, city attorney.
Okay, with that, Mayor, I'm just going to ask Martin to jump into a separate presentation here. And then when Martin's done with his presentation, we'll come back to this presentation here, and then I'll wrap us up on the other 2 issues. But right now, it's important that we jump into the active transportation master plan and all the great work that Martin and all the agency partners and commissions and citizens have been involved with. So with that, Martin, please take it away.
Thank you, Rick. Your Honor, members of the council, I'll move forward unless someone tells me that they don't see my screen. I'll move forward assuming that you do. So this is a presentation on the active transportation master plan, and in particular, how it relates to the petition that you received last week. Quick outline, we'll talk about the ATMP and its relationship to other city planning documents. We'll talk a little bit about Prop 419 and some of the bike ped projects that are planned, how we developed those projects and how they were prioritized. That conversation is not intended to be exhaustive or go into a lot of details, but more to give you an idea We will spend a little bit more time talking about the bikeways plan, which is a component of the ATMP, for a couple of reasons. One, because it's a bit more complicated than some of the other elements. Also, it seems, given the nature of the petition and the events of the last couple of weeks, to be a little bit more on point in terms of relevance. And then finally, we'll address specifically the request in the petition for protected bike lanes and how that relates to all the information that went before it. So as I mentioned, the ATMP really was not created out of whole cloth. It relates to a couple other existing planning documents the city already has, specifically the Flagstaff Regional Plan, as well as the Regional Transportation Plan, which is produced by Metro Plan. So the ATMP really kind of picks up where those plans leave off in terms of talking about pedestrian and bicycle accommodation. Both those documents are very supportive of active transportation and walking and biking, but they don't have a great amount of detail. So it's the role of the ATMP to really fill in that detail and provide that very specific direction. The last two plans on this list are the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan and the Carbon Neutrality Plan, which relate closely to the ATMP. Specifically, the goals that the council set for the carbon neutrality plan, in essence, cannot be met without implementation of the ATMP in terms of both the infrastructure that it recommends, as well as some of the programmatic and other items that it recommends for moving forward with walking and biking in our community. If you read the carbon neutrality plan, it really relies heavily on the information that's in the ATMP for guidance and implementation. In the other direction, the ATMP and action on it has an urgent impetus provided by the passing of the carbon neutrality plan. So all the things that we're recommending now have more urgency because of the passing of the carbon neutrality plan. All this relates to what we call in both documents the big shift in reference to transportation planning. And what that means simply is that at this moment, we need to be more transformational than incremental. We need to transition from how we plan for our roadways in a way to get more people out of their vehicles. We need to provide more comfortable options for walking and biking. And of course, transit goes hand in hand with that as well. And then finally, we need to prioritize our sustainable modes of transportation as we move forward. And again, I'll emphasize that this is a big shift. Whatever we're doing well, we need to accelerate and do more rapidly. I'll also add at this point that the Active Transportation Master Plan is still a planning document, and its value will only be realized by what we do with it. So if it sits on a shelf, it has little value. If we commit to implementing it, moving it forward, then it has a lot of value. One of the ways we do that is we look to documents that the city has that are more regulatory in nature, like the zoning code and engineering standards, and identify opportunities to implement some of the recommendations and guidelines and policies that are in the ATMP and the carbon neutrality plan, and see how we can make those become a little bit more automatic or part of our normal processes when we review new projects and new private development. For this part, we'll talk a little bit about the PED bike projects that have been identified for funding with Proposition 419. They are specifically sidewalks, bikeways, foot trails, enhanced at-grade crossings, as well as bridges and tunnels for the exclusive use of pedestrians and bicyclists. And there's a lot of information here, but I'll try to move through it fairly efficiently. Again, our intent is not to be exhaustive or go into detail with some of the planning, but to give council as well as the community an idea of how we got to this point, how these projects were developed and identified, and how they've been prioritized. Just for background, the funding that we have available over the course of 20 years, we expect $29 million from Proposition 419. That's the transportation sales tax. That takes us through 2040. Mountain Line, our transit agency, also received a grant earlier this year for $5.5 million for what are called first last mile projects. So the idea is that most transit trips begin with a walking or biking trip, and how we accommodate people for that first or last mile between their house or their place of employment or school and the transit stop it is covered in that first last mile. Over the first 5 years, we anticipate $2 million per year in revenues from Prop 419 for ped bike projects, and we'll see the entire amount from that first last mile grant, so $5.5 million, total of about $15.5 million for ped bike projects. It came up a little bit in the presentation before, but we have an estimated $138 million identified in ped bike projects overall. I should say that that does not include all of the bikeway projects that we're still working on developing and don't yet have cost estimates for. So a few words about how this process works. We follow 4 steps in the process. The first one is to do an inventory of what we have existing for ped and bike facilities, and then what we need or what we have planned. The second step is determining which ones will be built as part of other projects. For example, sidewalks, foot trails, et cetera, are routinely built as part of other roadway projects, as part of city capital projects, as well as part of private development. So since those are theoretically being accounted for in other projects, we can use our funding for the remaining projects. We can assume that to some extent that those are taken care of. So step 3 is to prioritize those remaining projects, and I'll go through a little bit of information about how we have conducted that process. And then the final step is to prepare at least concept level planning cost estimates. This does a number of things for us. First and foremost, it gives us kind of a sense of scale for how much things will cost and how much we'll need to start implementing these projects. It allows us to work them into the capital planning budget and program for the 5-year budget, so we can start to see that money show up in the city's budget, and we can plan for remaining years. And I also want to kind of touch on, as part of this process, community engagement has been important. Over the last couple of years, we have conducted more than 10 community surveys, some of them directly related, some of them kind of indirectly, but we snuck in questions about ped and bike. One of the surveys literally asked people to tell us what we do well for peds and bikes and what we could do better. So we have some pretty direct information about the direction we need to go. We've conducted or hosted a number of community open houses over the years. We've made presentations to a variety of groups, and we've done tabling events. For example, for a number of fall days, we sat out in front of the community market and just talked to people and showed them maps and kind of engaged them about their concerns and where they see us going and what they would like to see us doing. Over the past couple of years, we've had discussion at PAC and BAC extensively. Both of them meet monthly. And then finally, we've tried to find other sources of data to kind of give us an idea of the landscape of walking and biking in Flagstaff, and anything we can put our hands on that provides that information we've tried to use. I mentioned that step 3 was prioritizing some of the projects. So each one of those facility types, sidewalks, crossings, bridges and tunnels, and foot trails, are prioritized using 4 factors. 3 of the factors are common. They are generators and attractors, social factors, a need and functionality, and then there's a 4th factor that's unique to each. So for sidewalks, we look at the pedestrian comfort score for the adjoining street. For crossings and bridges and tunnels, we look at the crossing comfort score. And for foot trails, we look at the extent to which the proposed foots would help complete and connect the overall system. So I mentioned attractors and generators. They are simply the land uses that produce walking and biking trips. So things like schools, parks, transit stops, residential density, commercial areas, employment centers, as well as the campuses of NAU and CCC. And when those land uses are mapped and put together, it makes a map that looks like this. So you can see the brighter red areas are where we have higher concentrations of pedestrian or bicycle attractors and generators. And then blue is as you get a little bit further out. Very similar for social factors, but here we're looking at some of the circumstances or conditions that make it more likely that people would rely on walking, biking, or transit for transportation. It also takes into account populations in Flagstaff that aren't typically well represented in our planning processes in city government. So again, we map that and put it all together, and the map looks like this. So you can see what jumps out to me about this map is kind of the high concentration in the Sunnyside area. And you can see some of our other, this is La Plaza Vieja and South Side as well. So we can use these two maps and derive a score for each one of the planned projects. And that's how we incorporate attractors and generators and social factors. At the end of all that process, what we've identified is 58 miles of missing sidewalks, 77 miles of planned foot trails, enhanced crossings at 59 different locations, and 47 locations for bridges and tunnels. And you can see the associated costs with each. I have not talked about bikeways yet, but we have a whole section on that coming up in just a moment. So when we apply the prioritization and look at the projects that we consider first priority, what it comes down to is 4.9 miles of sidewalks, 4.6 of foot trails, 8 locations for enhanced crossings, and 4 locations for bridges and tunnels. And again, you can see the associated costs for each. And those numbers in the far right of the bullet points add up to about $26.5 million total. And again, you'll note that we've not included bikeways yet. I mentioned before that we also build ped and bike facilities as part of other projects. And this slide shows just the projects that will, bike and ped projects that would be built as part of roadway projects that are funded with 419. So they're listed at the bottom of the slide and include Lone Tree Road, Butler Avenue, John Wesley Powell Boulevard, and West Route 66. So that adds up to 5.4 miles of missing or new sidewalks, 5.5 miles of foot trails, enhanced crossings at 4 locations, and bridges and tunnels at 8 locations. So for the next part, I've got a series of slides that illustrate our priorities for each one of those facility types. And here we see missing sidewalks. This is the 58 miles that were referenced earlier. What shows up in red are the ones we've identified as first priority. Orange is second priority. Light blue is third priority, and dark blue is our fourth priority. And then anything that shows up in gray would be accounted for as part of a different project, so either private development or a roadway or capital project. And again, the intent here is not to too closely study these maps, but to give you an idea of what information we're looking at with 419 funding. So here's sidewalks. Here are foot trails. You can see actually quite a few future foot trails will be part of other projects. Here are locations for enhanced crossings. And then here are bridges and tunnels. I will point out, if you can see some of these gray squares that appear to be in the middle of nowhere, that actually is the planned future alignment for John Wesley Powell. And not all of these may go in. We may pick one or the other. One of these, for example, will carry the Arizona Trail under future John Wesley Powell. But the principle is that when that road is under construction, it's fairly easy and much less expensive to build an underpass, because you simply build a concrete box and then build a roadway over it, versus having to retrofit an underpass or a tunnel under an existing road. So we can take advantage of that principle and get more done with the money that we have. Now, all those maps translate into project lists. And again, the point here is not to go through them project by project, but just to show you that we have all of these projects identified along with their priority score and a cost. This is sidewalks. And this is some of our enhanced crossings. And we can put together all the projects across all those categories into one map. This represents not only our first priority projects, but the ones that we hope to build first. So say within the next couple of years. And they include our bridges and tunnels, enhanced crossings, foot trails, as well as sidewalks. So with that, we'll move on to the bikeways plan. Bikeways similarly are a component of the active transportation master plan. They're a little bit more complicated, but we'll go through some of the details of how that plan works. So that overall, our goal is to implement a low stress network of bikeways. And if we break down each one of those terms, bikeways are simply linear corridors intended for bicycle travel. Network means that it is continuous and connected throughout Flagstaff. And low stress, and this is the important point, but low stress means that most people will feel comfortable on a bicycle regardless of their age or their ability or their experience or their circumstance. So we really want it to be a comfortable facility for everyone in the community, or at least as many people as possible. It is based on what we call the separation principle, which works like this. On low volume and low speed streets, most bicyclists will be comfortable riding in the street with no special facilities. And here we really need to think about your neighborhood residential streets that would be candidates for this treatment. The second category are moderate volume and moderate speed streets. And here we provide dedicated space for bicyclists in the form of bike lanes and buffered bike lanes to at least give them their own space on the roadway so they don't have to compete with vehicles. And then finally, on our highest volume and highest speed streets, bike lanes alone are probably not enough to make most people feel comfortable. So for these streets, we consider some form of separation, whether that's separated bike lanes or an adjoining foot trail. This graphic shows what is really our intended audience. And you can see the blue and the green categories are kind of the highest levels of bicyclists. The less than 8% total comprise the strong and the fearless, or the enthused and confident categories. Those are the kind of cyclists who may ride every day. They may ride regardless of weather, so throughout the winter. And while they appreciate having good facilities for biking, like bike lanes, they don't necessarily need it or rely on it. At the far end in the red is the 1/3 of the population that is no way, no how. So for a variety of reasons, they're not necessarily candidates to convince to switch trips to bicycling. And that leaves a fairly large midsection of the population, the 60% that we call the interested but concerned. They would like to ride their bike more, but they really need safe and comfortable facilities to ride on. So the more we can make them comfortable, the more likely it is that they will use their bicycle for transportation. I will go off script for just a moment here. And what I don't see in this kind of breakdown of the population is what are sometimes referred to as invisible cyclists, or we can refer to them as workforce cyclists. So these are the people who work most likely in service jobs and rely on their bicycle for essential transportation for getting back and forth to work. And we see them frequently. Their work hours may not correspond well to when transit runs, so they may have to rely on other options. I can assure you that they rarely make it to our public meetings or city council meetings or bike advisory committee meetings or transportation commission meetings, but their needs in the community are real. And I think we need to be very mindful that They are out there, and we need to accommodate them as well in the interest of inclusion and equity. This slide gives a little indication of some empirical support for some of the concepts that I just described. This is from a survey done in 2015 in a handful of metropolitan areas across the country. And the respondents were asked to rate their comfort level on a hypothetical 4-lane commercial street that had speeds of 35 miles per hour. The results show that 10% of the respondents said they were very comfortable riding in a bike lane on that hypothetical street. When we switch that to a physically separated bike lane, that number who are very comfortable went from 10% to 58%. And when we make it a separated pathway, the number goes from up to 83%. So here we see explicit empirical evidence that when we provide comfortable facilities, more people are likely to ride, and for certainly that will hold true in Flagstaff as well. Our bikeways network is based on a hierarchy. So at the very top, we have primary and secondary routes, which represent the main commuter routes and the best way for bicyclists to get across town to their destinations. Third and fourth level bikeways are really serve more of a connection, local access, or collector function to get you to higher level bike route. And this is what our bikeways network looks like when those hierarchies are applied. So in dark blue is primary, purple is secondary, third level is in orange, and then fourth level is in green. And we can just call out the primary and secondary. And this really is the essential backbone of our bikeway, of our planned bikeway network. These are the main routes. The hierarchy has a number of implications. As we move forward in terms of implementation, our primary and secondary bike routes would become our priority. So we want to complete those routes and that part of the network first, so they become kind of our first priority. They are most likely, the primary and secondary routes are most likely to receive treatment as separated facilities. So we would concentrate or focus our efforts on providing separated facilities along those routes. For maintenance, there would be an expectation that primary and secondary routes would receive a higher level of maintenance and would be the ones that would be hit first with snow plowing or sweeping or other maintenance measures. That helps, I think, overall with how the city approaches maintenance and snow removal and sweeping, because it takes a very large problem and helps break it into smaller pieces that we can accommodate better. So focus first on the primary and secondary, and then we can worry about the third level and fourth level after that. Kind of a similar concept for when there are construction closures. The primary and secondary routes we would expect to be kept open whenever possible, and if they are closed, we would want to have meaningful detours provided so that their function isn't interrupted even when we have construction closures. And then the final thing is that system of the hierarchy really helps with wayfinding, how people get around on it, how people find it intuitive, and how they use it. And I'll give a quick example maybe to illustrate that. If you lived in Presidio, for example, in the Presidio neighborhood, you wanted to go downtown, the hierarchy allows you to have the knowledge that if you get on the University Bikeway and then turn left where it intersects with the Milton Bikeway, it'll take you straight downtown. So instead of having to memorize a series of turns and streets and different facilities, you only have to know two things: take the University Bikeway to the Milton Bikeway, and that will take you downtown. That actually helps meet one of the big things that keeps people from bicycling is just knowledge of where to go and where the routes are and where they'll be comfortable and what will take them to their destination. So if we provide that wayfinding, that overcomes that obstacle. It also serves the function of making the whole system very visible, and it helps with branding and marketing and kind of calls attention to it and Flagstaff as a bicycle-friendly and pedestrian-friendly community. I mean, the system that we describe is not exclusive to bikes. It would be open to pedestrians as well. That wayfinding function also kind of pulls the whole thing together so that the whole thing is greater than all of its parts. The network is comprised of a number of different facilities. We break them into 3 different categories, which kind of relates to the separation principle that I talked about before. So first one is shared facilities where the bicyclist is in the street with cars. Again, this is only really works on low speed, low volume streets. And the facilities included our bike routes, bike boulevards, as well as our shared lane markings. Dedicated, we provide some space on the street for cyclists in bike lanes or buffered bike lanes. And then finally, the highest level category is separated, which includes separated bike lanes, cycle tracks, and foot trails. And we can look at a map to see where across the planned bikeways network, different facilities lie. We don't need to spend a lot of time studying this, but the point really is that the overall network, by necessity and by design, is going to be made up of a whole bunch of different facilities, all of which we hope are comfortable for that 60% of cyclists. And we can go through a little visual glossary of what some of these things look like. The left-hand side is a bike route, so it's just a residential street that people can ride on. Very few vehicles, and when there are vehicles, they're going fairly slow, so a family can feel comfortable on their bicycles. Bike Boulevard is a little bit higher level, where we provide some features that kind of give bikes the right-of-way or the preference on those streets. So here you can see a version that has very large markings on the street that make it clear that this is a bike boulevard and for bicyclists. But again, it's really a local residential street. Conventional bike lane, I think we're mainly familiar with. Dedicated space along the side of the roadway. Another version of that is a buffered bike lane, where we provide a little bit of extra space between where the bicyclist operates and where the lanes of traffic are. We can move up to 2 different kinds of separated bike lanes. The image on the left shows a bike lane that's part of the street, but it's separated from traffic by a series of concrete barriers. And on the right is another form of separated bike lane, where the bike lane is physically removed from the street and made adjacent to the sidewalk. So the cyclist is out of proximity to lanes of traffic. Cycle track is kind of a version of that, but it supports 2-way traffic. So here you can see a street that has kind of a curb or a little median, and then 2-way bike traffic along one edge of it. And then finally, a related concept is our foot trail, which I think most of us are familiar with. This is the one along Route 66 that supports both pedestrians and bicyclists. There are also a number of treatments that we can look at and are planning for at intersections. This shows both a diagram and kind of an on-the-ground version of a separated intersection. They are commonly called protected intersections. So if you're looking them up online, you might have better success if you called it a protected intersection. But the idea is I'll see if I can follow with my cursor. Bicyclists kind of have their own space as they make their way through the intersection. One of the biggest advantages is they can make a left turn by kind of following this route around the intersection. Versus the standard way of making a left turn as a cyclist, which is to do it as a vehicle, which can be not very comfortable on busy streets and at busy intersections. And then here you can see kind of an example of it. And the green paint really helps highlight the difference between where pedestrians are and where bicyclists are to kind of limit those conflicts. It also calls attention, I think, from motorists that there will be bicyclists maybe present in those locations. Here's a different version of that. And I actually don't have any photos of it because I do not believe that they exist yet in the United States. We could provide photos from England or South Africa, but all the bicyclists appear to be going the wrong way on the street unless we flip the image. But this is a diagram that shows a separated roundabout. And if you can see along the edge in either one of the images that there is separated space for bicyclists and pedestrians, and that simply continues through the roundabout. So they have their own place to cross and their own way around the roundabout. Even though there are none of these that I think exist in the U.S., this is actually a fairly easy conversion for most of our roundabouts because we already essentially follow that principle in roundabout planning and design. The only step that we really need to take is to be very to provide distinctive spaces for pedestrians and bicyclists as part of that facility. Overall, our intent for both prioritization and overall for the bikeways network, what we want to do as quickly as possible, at least within the next 5 years and as much as possible within the next couple of years, is to complete the primary and secondary bikeways, so those more important routes, to build some high visibility impactful projects, including separated facilities, to really kind of make the overall network stand out. We would like to introduce other types of advanced facilities. So I didn't talk about them specifically, but there are all kinds of things out there that people are using, from cross bike markings to two-stage lefts that do a nice job of accommodating bikes on busy roadways or moderately busy roadways, and essentially make them feel at ease and taken care of on our roadway system. The fourth point is that we want to implement some of the important third and fourth level bikeways to create a more robust system overall. And this involves striping bike lanes where they're missing on some streets, as well as designating a system of bicycle routes throughout the community to kind of complete that network and make it possible for people to go from wherever they live to wherever they go to school or work or shop or wherever they want to get. And then finally, and I think this is one of the more important points, but the whole thing needs to be pulled together with a comprehensive system of signing and wayfinding. As I mentioned before, I think that creates a situation where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, and it really makes the system pop. It gives us opportunities for branding and identification, and it makes it a very visible thing in our community that is something that will encourage bicyclists and overcome essentially their fear of the unknown. Like they don't know if everything is complete or if they can get to all their destinations. I think wayfinding and signing and having that network in place will resolve that. So this illustrates what it might look like with our first priority projects, and we've categorized it into the shared, dedicated, and separated as orange, blue, and red. So hopefully our goal would be within the first couple of years to have this kind of a network in place. If we look close, we can see there are still gaps in part of it. Part of that is related to we're waiting on other projects and don't have the wherewithal to move forward. Part of it is just there are lower priorities, but if we can at least get to this point and have the bulk of the system in place and signed, I think it will be a tremendous accomplishment. Moving on to the citizen petition and how that relates to what I just talked about. The citizen petition asks for protected bike lanes on a handful of streets, and I have taken the liberty of mapping them. You will forgive me if I didn't get it quite right. There weren't definitive stopping and starting points, but they're essentially, it's Beaver, San Francisco, Butler, 4th Street, Milton, and Route 66. And we compared those streets to what we just talked about as part of the bikeway plan. And so what we'll talk about next is kind of some of those results. I will say that two of the streets, specifically West Route 66 and Milton, are not under the city's control. They are ADOT managed and operated roadways. And so the city really does not have the authority to say if they ought to have protected bike lanes or not. That will be a question that needs to be left to ADOT. Having said that, when we look at the hierarchy, those four classes, all of the streets called out in the petition have been identified as secondary or primary bikeways. So they are, with the exception of Milton Road, so they are what we have what the bicycling community knows and what we've identified as the most important routes for getting across town or around town. And then in terms of the facilities that were planned, they all were planned as buffered or separated bike lanes with the exception of 4th Street. So again, we're kind of, the bikeways plan or the proposed bikeways plan is really essentially in sync with what the citizens were asking for in the petition. 4th Street is worth mentioning. I think it would be wonderful to do something more for bicyclists along 4th Street. We are just very limited on space. So some of these treatments require a little bit of extra space to make them work for all roadway users, and their space is really at a premium on 4th Street. However, I will say that we would remain optimistic that something could be done to kind of enhance that corridor for bicyclists through that neighborhood. And I think that the same with pedestrians. You know, we're missing sidewalks on the east side of the road, and those missing sidewalks float to the top of our list of priorities just because of where they are and how much benefit they'll provide. As part of this process, we also identified a handful of other streets that could receive the same treatment that is being asked for in the petition. That includes, I'll show you the map, Forest, north of the hospital, Cedar on the north side of Sunnyside, Lone Tree Road, kind of for that first section south of Butler, University Avenue, Lake Mary Road, as well as Solier on the east side. I think those are all candidates as well. We've identified that the same kind of treatment may fit on them. We as a staff have been meeting internally for the last couple of weeks. Oh, one more graphic. This shows kind of the two combined. So in purple is what the petition asked for. Overlaid on the top in orange are what we identified as candidates. And then kind of the darker line over the top of that is where we have existing bike lanes. So we have been meeting internally at the staff level with a variety of departments to kind of keep this process and this potential project moving forward. And what I'm talking about specifically is what was requested in the citizens petition for protected bike lanes along a handful of streets. We are working through a number of questions and considerations, from maintenance to procurement to implementation to design. And I will share with you some of the options that we've been looking at for design. First one being candlesticks. Candlesticks are kind of the shorthand for these fiberglass posts, which are glued down to the street. Another option is a metal railing plus candlesticks. So you can see along the side of this bike lane, there is a more durable metal railing, which is anchored to the pavement. And on top of it are the same fiberglass candlesticks. Provides a little bit better separation for bicyclists and is a little bit more permanent. Concrete barrier, we saw this image before. Between the travel lane and the bike lane. And then finally, curb or median, you can see here that was poured in place as concrete. When we consider those different design options, we need to strike a balance between a couple of competing interests, and those are permanence, cost, and timing. So permanence really refers to how long we intend them to last. And you can think of candlesticks as being the least permanent and the curb or median as being the most permanent, or the concrete barriers being the most permanent. Permanence gives us the comfort that it will survive through the winter and through snowplows and through vehicles hitting it, et cetera, and will still be there. The other side of permanence is that if we do some of these things as a pilot project, it gives us more flexibility. It allows us to learn from how they function once we have them in place. And it allows us to make adjustments based on what we learn for things that are more permanent. So permanence kind of works both ways. There are advantages on both sides of it. And again, we kind of need to strike that balance. cost is just what it costs overall, and generally as we explore options that are more permanent, they're going to cost more. As simple as that. And the final thing is timing. We understand that the community is looking for something on the ground fairly quickly, expressed in the petition, and so we're weighing that against both cost and permanence, and in general, the faster we are able to do things, probably the less permanent it is. So you can see the table at the bottom kind of summarizes all those different considerations and the characteristics of each. And I believe that is my last slide. I know that was a lot of information. I really do appreciate the opportunity to present it to you, and I hope it is helpful in both the conversation that the council has moving forward tonight with themselves as well as with the community, as well as our provides us with a little bit of direction for how to move forward kind of in the immediate and short term for implementing some of these solutions. So with that, I'll quit sharing my screen and turn it back over to Rick. Thank you.
Mayor, at this point, I'm wondering if we don't want to pause and ask if there are questions at this point in the presentation. Up to you.
Sure. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Council, do we have any questions for Mr. Entz before we move forward? We can also save them for the end as well, if you'd like.
Absolutely.
I'm not seeing it in the chat box, so yeah, let's continue on.
Mayor, I do.
Oh, Councilmember. Yeah.
I apologize. I did put in the chat, but it's all good. Thank you. Thank you, Rick, and thank you, Martin, for the update. Quick question, Martin. Can you talk about the cost of the candlesticks per mile of implementation, and then the cost of the cement concrete barrier option? And if you have any cost on the metal railing candlestick option, that would just be helpful.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor, Councilmember Shimoni. We have done a rough estimate of the cost for the candlesticks. Would be about $100,000 per mile, and that's for candlestick along both sides of the street for both bikeways. We are working with the company that provides that metal railing. We provided them with some information on what we're looking at, and that we expect them to get back to us shortly, but we don't have a cost estimate from them yet. Same for the concrete barrier. We've not prepared a cost estimate for that. Just based on the chart in that last slide, we anticipate that the metal railing is going to be somewhat more expensive than the candlesticks. How much more, I can't say, and I think the concrete solution would be more expensive still than that. Okay. But I think as we move forward and with the direction of council, I think we'll start to getting some of that information together.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I guess that leads me to one question as well, Mr. Entz, is with the metal plus candlesticks, I'm wondering how this works into the equation of our snowplows. And, you know, is this something that would be potentially with that height of, you know, when it looked like 4 or 5 inches off the ground, something that we would have to then replace quite regularly because of snowplows, or how would that work with all of this? And with the candlesticks, do those need to be taken down, or how are they going to last in our particular weather and seasons?
Yeah, I can start an answer, but I would leave the option for someone from Scott or Andy from Public Works to jump in as they see fit. Again, in the kind of along the lines of permanence, the candlesticks are the least permanent, and then they're most likely to get knocked down during snow plowing. And in fact, I think it's probably a pretty good chance that they're generally not going to survive snow plowing. The metal railing, we are assured by the company that type of facility, which again is anchored into the pavement, can withstand snow plowing. And the company is based in Minneapolis, and they have a number of installations around the city of Minneapolis. I know Minneapolis is very cold, but they get about half of the snow that we get. For our purposes, the idea would be that the street plow would push the windrow of snow into the bike lane, and that there would be specialized equipment that would then consequently clear the bike lane. So undoubtedly, some of it would get stuck on one side or the other because of the height of that railing, as you mentioned. But I think most of it would probably go over and be cleared on the one side or the other.
Okay, thank you. I think we can continue on, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I want to thank Martin. Outstanding effort, comprehensive effort. And Mayor, Council, you have our assurance that this active transportation master plan will in fact establish what I believe is being asked for. That is the prioritization of bikes and peds over vehicular traffic. So to this last point on the slide, or bullet on this slide, we are prepared to accelerate the design and construction of the projects. And here's the admission. The admission is that we have been waiting for this planning process to see its natural conclusion, and that is adoption by the City Council. Very respectfully so. The community's put a lot of time and effort into it, our agency partners that I've mentioned before. But as an option noted here in the bullet point, if council is going to direct us so, staff is prepared to accelerate the design and construction of these projects. Next slide, please. So as Martin noted, and this is somewhat redundant, you'll see that this is very similar to the $15 million that Martin had indicated. It includes the $5.5 million that we recently had a grant on, the first last mile that we received from Mountain Line. And that's not the last grant we're going to be seeking. We hope to be able to leverage these local dollars to achieve more grants. We're going to keep working hard on it with our agency partners, Mountain Line and MetroPlan. And then as we look into FY23, we've got another 4.6 programmed. It starts to drop off into FY24, and then thereafter we see $2 million per year for the remainder of the 20-year period. I did note here in a previous bullet that some of these funds have been earmarked already for the work we've done in Coconino Estates. And then, of course, we completely understand that the Florence Walnut Tunnel that connects two historic neighborhoods, La Plaza Vieja to town site beneath the BNSF Railway, we need to keep that project fully funded. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to advance that project yet. Discussion coming up in the near future as we update council on our progress with the Rio de Flag and how we can move forward with BNSF Railway to get these important projects delivered. Again, completely understand the frustration in the community that these projects are not in place yet. I'd like to believe there's good reason this one isn't in place yet, and we want to reserve that funding. Next slide, please, Jeff. Okay, so now I'm shifting gears into the second part of the citizens petition, and that being the relocation of 419 funds. So first, I just wanted to point out what the ballot language, at least in accordance with my review of the ballot language, but you can see here consistently that in the petition there was $157 million referenced. And you'll note that the new street category at 61 million and the street widening projects at 96 is in fact a reconciliation or a coordination with that number mentioned in the petition. So I just real quickly want to point out the new street project is really just John Wesley Powell. It comes in two segments though. There's a south segment, which is Lake Mary to the airport, which We actually do not have programmed at this point in time until FY25. So we are not working on this project at this point in time and plan to do so in FY25. And then Butler to Pine Canyon, we are currently working on, but we are just performing a planning study as we've discussed with council. Planning study is precedent to help figure out the regional plan, specific plan that's going to have to be part of the planning process, and also very importantly involving all the property owners in the neighborhood. Excuse me. As far as the street widening projects go, we're looking at Lone Tree, which is from Butler south to John Wesley Powell. That's planned to be in FY24, which is being held off until the Lone Tree Overpass is complete. The Lone Tree Overpass, not mentioned here, was its own proposition. Prop 420 was not mentioned in the petition, but would connect Route 66 across the railroad tracks down to Butler. And then technically, we're going to have to continue that work south of Butler down to somewhere around Sawmill or Franklin. We're currently working on that like literally as we speak. Martin mentioned the West Route 66 issue. So West Route 66 in Proposition 419 is included to be Flag Ranch to Milton. We're currently working now with the Metro Plan to begin a planning process because, again, as Martin mentioned, this is an ADOT jurisdictional roadway. And one of the first things that has to happen in order to get concurrence from the Arizona Department of Transportation is to have a planning process that helps solidify what can and cannot be done on that route. And then lastly, the last widening project in 419 is Butler. And specifically, it is from the I-40 interchange over to Sonawa Heights. And the next slide will be a little more specific in regard to that project. So Butler, as we know it today, does in fact include widening. The ballot language very specifically says widen Butler to 4 lanes. We have included a raised median. There will be buffered bike lanes and pedways on both sides of this roadway. There's going to be a roundabout at Harold Ranch. We're going to have a protected intersection at the Butler and 4th intersection. As soon as we get design underway, which hasn't commenced yet, but we are just about to get a solicitation on the street to get a design consultant on board. There'll be a robust public involvement, and absolutely we can bring this back to council for oversight. Wanted to mention here that there has been a settlement agreement with the adjacent subdivision there, Canyon del Rio, that does have some requirements upon the city of Flagstaff for delivery of this roadway. Budgeted in FY22, which is coming up here as July 1st rolls around, is just under $5.3 million. What I've noted here, an option council may want to consider in their discussion is that this appropriation of cash is more than is required to design the project. So maybe there's an opportunity to loan some of that money to help accelerate bike and ped projects. However, to keep the Butler project on schedule, at least as we know it today, we would need to see that money come back as we enter into a construction contract anticipated to be about 2 years out. Another option for council to consider, as approved in 419 as well as the 420 propositions, is that the voters did approve the city's ability to sell bonds. We have not sold bonds yet. Bonds are a means for us to accelerate, bringing cash to the table so that we can accelerate construction. And yes, bonds cost us money. We have to pay interest on those bonds. But quite honestly, the interest is cheaper than the construction inflation that we are experiencing at this point in time. So might be an important option for council to consider. And as I mentioned in our opening, we have some finance folks that can help us better understand that if council's interested. Jeff, next slide. Okay, so again, Mayor, I would be willing to pause here and ask if council has any questions in regard to the second component of the petition before we get into the last component, which is speed limits. So the component I'm referring to is the 419 reallocation. Or if you'd like for me to just complete, I only got a couple slides left. We can wrap this all up at the end. Your call, Mayor.
Yeah, let's just wrap it all up at the end at this point. Thank you.
Okay, good enough. Thank you, Mayor. So then wrapping up, the last and final item in the petition is reduction of speed limits on Lone Tree and Butler. First, we have investigated what code tells us we need to do. That's a very important step for staff to take. Code requires that speed limits are based on an engineering and traffic investigation. We have not performed that investigation yet, but we are willing and able to prioritize that investigation, start working on it immediately. Code also requires that requests for modification be made to the Office of the Traffic Engineer. I only point that out because that's where the expertise lies. Our traffic engineer is required to be a professional engineer in his job description. But, you know, council, of course, has the ability, and there may be some legal advice you want to seek here in regards to what options might be available to council if you, want to accelerate this in some manner. Lastly, the petition was vague in terms of its limits. You know, it said Lone Tree and Butler, literally. So I'm offering some limits here for council's consideration. We felt that the Butler investigation would be effective from Milton to Milton at the west end to Sawmill on the east end of our study. And then the limits of Lone Tree would be from Butler, because of course the Lone Tree overpass doesn't exist yet, but Butler down to Pine Knoll just to get us past Kinsey School. Next slide, please. So Mayor, this wraps us up. I just kind of wanted to summate here for our discussion. I did want to point out, as has been mentioned in this presentation, is that we do believe we have adequate funding to do what we've been asked to do, and that is to accelerate bike ped projects. We have $6.8 million to work with as of July 1st. That's going to get us going. There's no doubt that's going to get us going. Again, that would require council to direct us to do that in advance of the planning process coming to a completion. And then lastly, our traffic engineer will begin the engineering and traffic investigation study. We're going to do that immediately in the hopes of having something for council to consider after your break. With that, Mayor, I open it up to discussion. And again, we have many staff available to help you with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. We do have 15 requests to speak from the public, which I'd like to get to. But before that, is there any specific questions that are questions rather than a discussion for Mr. Barrett on these specific slides? Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you. Are you seeing my chat, by the way, Mayor?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you seeing my cues in the chat box?
I'm not seeing any cues in the chat box.
Okay, I might have to back out and come back in, but okay, I'll just jump in. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Rick, for the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions about your presentation. With Butler, can we explore widening to 3 lanes along with widening to 4 lanes and integrating a cycle, trying to see what it's called, cycle track option for the 4th lane potentially?
Absolutely, we can do that. Of course, when it comes down, we haven't designed yet, so now would be the perfect time to be talking about that so that we accurately define the scope of work that the community is going to support. Very glad to do so. I would caution, though, that I think Sterling's going to want to jump in at some point, and I think council's going to want to seek some legal advice in regard to the ballot language. And when I mention ballot language, I think I also want to specifically mention the color brochure and then the informational pamphlet that adjoined the ballot language.
Okay. Thank you. And yeah, I'd be interested in that for also Lone Tree and honestly every major road that we're looking to improve. I'd like to see us consider bike and ped as an option for how we develop those roads. But without getting into the discussion, thank you for that response. Rick, quick question. You mentioned that the 5.3 million was more than needed. How much more is it than what we needed? Is there 1 million, 2 million, 4 million? How much cream is there on top?
You know, I'm taking I'm guessing here, and that's not a good trait for an engineer. I would say half of that. You know,
Okay.
the 5.3, I bet we've got, $2 to $2.5 million that we would not need until we move forward with a construction contract.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And then my last comment and question was to your comment, I guess, that you just made about 419 in an executive session. Sterling, are we going to have an executive session on this topic?
I appreciate that, Councilmember Shimoni, Mayor and Council, and City Engineer Barrett. I appreciate you teeing it up. I will be providing an executive session. Part of that, well, all of it, is going to depend on what I hear discussed here tonight. Very generally, 419, we all understand, is ballot language that is very broad. That said, the priority of the spending under that under the voter directive that was given under that ballot was based on a publicity pamphlet as well that has multiple different facets to it, bike and ped being part of that, regular transit being part of that. There's quite a bit to consider. So what I'm doing tonight is kind of listening in and figuring out exactly what it is council is looking to do. And I will be getting advice to you after that. It won't be tonight. We could go into executive session tonight, but I wouldn't have much more to tell you than I just did, which isn't legal advice. It's simply stating the law.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Rick. Those are my questions right now.
You're welcome, Councilmember Shimoni.
I had one question regarding the traffic study requirement to be changing the speed limit. Is that a state code or is that a local code?
That's a local code. That's adopted by ordinance, built into our city code.
So the city council has the authority to waive that code in a circumstance as this to be able to put in a speed limit without the investigation meeting. Is that correct?
Mayor, that is correct, and that was my reference to maybe another issue that Sterling wants to jump in on.
Good old Sterling.
Which I'll go ahead and take that opportunity. Thank you. I already had a C in the box there, Mayor. I appreciate that, Mr. Barrett, again. As far as waiving the code, that is something I would like to give you legal advice on. It's something that, to be honest, again, that will come in an executive session after the discussion tonight, because there are many different facets to the petition and to what council may be considering. And as a result, talking about waiving the code or amending the code, there are lots of different areas or approaches you could take here. One thing that I do want to point out, and I appreciate Mr. Barrett mentioning that it is local code, but that's only for local streets and roads. There have been references made already to Route 66, Milton. Those are ADOT governed roads, and those are under state jurisdiction, not city.
Thank you, City Attorney. So I am noticing that I am not seeing any of the Cs and Qs in the chat box right now. And I apologize, but I think we might need to take a little break so that way I can at least log out and log back in to see what's going on or get IT here. So if we got Santana on the line, if you could come assist me and we take a little break, but if council members, if you have any questions right now or there's any Cs or Qs that I have missed with that, please feel free to jump in right now.
Mayor, this is Jim McCarthy. I did put a Q in the box there, and I'm sorry you can't see it. My question is, it sounds like on Butler, which we're planning now, that we're only talking about a buffered bicycle lane. I was wondering if we're going to at least consider and maybe analyze the price delta between a buffered bike lane and a separated bike lane. So, I mean, if we're going to be doing separated bike lanes, and that's what we want to do, I would think in this case, we would at least want to think it through and make a conscious decision about it rather than not even addressing it at all. That's my question.
Mayor, if I may, Council Member McCarthy, are you referring to the Butler project from I-40 over to Sonawa Heights? I just want to be clear.
Yes.
Yeah, so what we are looking at right now is we are looking at I guess I need to be very careful with my terminology. We were looking at a separated pathway on both sides of the roadway that is separated from the roadway by a 5-foot parkway. What we're doing here specifically, because the right-of-way has already been fixed by the adjoining developments. I mentioned Canyon del Rio. You can see the Bluffs is under construction. There's a project under construction across the street right now. All those projects through the development process, we have acquired right-of-way as part of the planning process. That's what's so important in these planning processes, and having council adopted is it gives us the ability to get the right-of-way we need for these future projects from these development projects. So what we've done is we are taking the bike lanes off of the street. So that buys us approximately 5 feet on each side of the street. We had already planned sidewalks on each side of the street separated with a parkway. So our idea is that, hearing council loud and clear, our idea is that we are going to take the 5-foot, what had been designed as a bike lane, we're going to add it to the sidewalk. And again, it would be separated 10-foot concrete trail on either side of the new roadway.
All right. Well, I consider that good news, which is different than a buffered lane. A buffered lane to me means that it's really just part of the street, but it's got 2 white lines with maybe a foot of hash marks between them. So, all right, I appreciate your clarification on that, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
We should start a team.
I might also add just why there's a bit of a pause is I believe, and, maybe an opportunity for Andy to jump in. I'm certainly not asking Public Works to chime in now, but I think we could all understand that it's going to be easier for the maintenance element of this discussion to maintain that separated pathway, that's not part of the roadway, as opposed to having to deal with something that's buffered or protected down on the roadway. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me add that.
Good point.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what it comes down to too. I keep thinking about is what, wintertime snowplows. We need to make sure that we're not blocking the bike paths for the sake of the cars too, if we can set up our infrastructure accordingly with that in mind. So. Do we have any other C's and Q's I'm not seeing in the chat box? Really, Q's. Well, we're going to save our discussion comments for after the speakers. So I'm getting a nod. All right. Sounds good. Well, I'm going to need to take just 10 minutes, get my computer working here so I can run this. Let's just say 5:40. Let's be back and we will take public comment right away. So thank you, everyone.
Mayor, we are live streaming.
Excellent. Well, we are ready for the first public participant.
Mayor, I have Miss Sam Meyer on the phone. Sam, could you please go ahead?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sam Meyer and I live in Sunnyside. I'd like to express my support for improved pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure in the city of Flagstaff. I greatly appreciate all the work being done by the pedestrian and bicycle advisory committees and staff connected to the Active Transportation Master Plan, as well as the information about possible infrastructure improvements provided earlier in this meeting. As others have commented today, we must make bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure an implementable priority. The city of Flagstaff has been studying this issue for literal decades. In 1979, the city developed a Flagstaff bikeway plan designed to, and I quote, make bicycling safe in the Flagstaff area and encourage bicycle use for everyday transportation needs. This 1979 plan recommended city policies discussed again today, such as including the construction of bike lanes and road paving and widening projects, physical separation between bikeways and car traffic where possible, lowered speed limits on key roads and streets, removal of debris from bike lanes, and bike-specific traffic signals. I bring this up to demonstrate that bicyclists, pedestrians, and city staff have known what kinds of infrastructure improvements would make Flagstaff a safer city for multimodal transportation for a long time. That such robust and safe infrastructure does not yet exist demonstrates the need for prioritization, for adequate funding streams, dedicated staff, well-planned and realistic infrastructure improvements, local government support, and continued community advocacy, as outlined in the citizen petition. The current members of the Flagstaff City Council have the opportunity to build upon the work done by your predecessors to finally implement what we've all known for a long time is desperately needed. I hope that you will take it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Next public participant, please.
All right, Mayor, I have Anthony on the line. Anthony, if you want to turn, there we go. All right, go ahead, Anthony.
Mayor and Council, my name is Anthony Quintilli, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board of Flagstaff Biking Organization, our substantial base of supporters. The last time a bicycling-related decision came in front of the City Council, scores of members of the public were made to wait behind several commercial developers as discussion about the developers' variances and permitting dragged the cycling agenda item well into the evening. The views of several council members and the mayor at the time revealed that an unfortunate level of ignorance and lack of concern for the real and ongoing issues that cyclists face every day. This example perfectly frames our concern and the need for change. We're glad to see the city leadership seems to finally be taking the issues of cycling infrastructure and bicyclist safety seriously. Flagstaff does not really have a traffic congestion issues, with the exception of some of the very specific examples like moving snowball and snowblade traffic and railroad-induced delays. Most of us drive motor vehicles as well, and rarely is it the case that congestion keep one from proceeding through an intersection in a single traffic control cycle. The perception that something must be done about motor vehicle traffic congestion because some people feel the inconvenience is vastly overblown. At the same time, bicycle and pedestrian safety has been relegated to being an afterthought. Daily, bicyclists and pedestrians are expected to negotiate an ever-deteriorating system of routes routinely infringed upon by an increasingly distracted motor vehicle driving public. Prop 419 was sold to the voters as offering solutions for those of us who ride and walk, but the funding generated by this proposition is disproportionately weighted to the futility of providing even more pavement to drive upon. In our view, the inconvenience of arriving to a destination less than a minute later when driving does not carry any importance or weight against the life and limb of bicyclists and pedestrians. We appreciate the direction and hard work that has positioned our community for some success with the Active Transportation Master Plan. Its content is a good start, but it is not enough, nor is it soon enough. We are not so naive as to think that a magic wand can be waved and Flagstaff will have all the appropriate bicycle infrastructure that it needs. We're also not so naive as to trust the status quo. There's guidance from the 1980 and 1991 Flagstaff bicycle plans that still has not been implemented. Let's get it right this time once and for all and implement cycling, pedestrian infrastructure in a holistic way and as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate your comments. I just wanted to mention to you that with regards to how things are agendized, it is not as much a matter of how we are prioritizing the issues, but rather future agenda item requests and petitions are necessarily based on rules of procedures to come after regularly agendized items. So by no means, please don't take that as us not wanting to prioritize this, because I think we're all seeing nowadays how important this is, if we didn't already. So thank you.
Yeah, I was speaking to a previous council and mayor, and I believe there was wherewithal to change that order of that particular meeting.
Well, thank you, Anthony. I'm not seeing any additional comments or questions from council in the chat box, so we're ready for the next public participant.
Mayor and Council, I have Karin on the line. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Karin Wadzak, and I'm a year-round bike commuter. I sent in an email earlier, and that had some infrastructure engagement recommendations, so I won't repeat that here. No, and I appreciate the fact that earlier you all fundamentally expressed your support for the principle of increased bicycle and pedestrian safety. Most people support bicycle and pedestrian safety, and yet it seems that when we really have push coming to shove, we're all afraid that changing the way we plan is going to inconvenience people driving cars by forcing them to take slower or less direct routes to their destinations. As a bicycle commuter, I'm used to going well out of my way in order to protect my safety. Taking slower or less direct routes because they're less busy, they include bike lanes or street crossings, or they're in places where I'll be more visible to cars and less likely to be hit. During my work on this bicycle petition, I talked to many Flagstaff residents who feel similarly that they had to go well out of their way in order to walk or bike in our town. Worse yet, I talked to many who would like to walk or bike. They take a car instead because walking and biking is made inconvenient in our cities by the lack of protected connected infrastructure. The city of Flagstaff has excellent staff that can solve this problem. In order to put your support for increased biking and walking in our community into practice, you give clear direction to staff to prioritize projects advancing bicycle and pedestrian safety, even when these projects inconvenience car traffic. Please direct staff to protect bike lanes before you go on your summer break. Please implement projects without waiting for the active transportation master plan to be approved. Please provide the citizens of Flagstaff with commitments to the actions that will be taken by which these will be accomplished. Thank you very much for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Next public participant.
Mayor and Council, I have Scott on the line. Scott, go ahead and speak.
Thank you very much. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and thank you very much for giving me your
I'm having trouble with the audio here. I'm sorry, I can't. Can we try to call Scott back to see if we can hear it a little better?
Yes, Mayor and Council, we will do that.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, I have John Daly on the line. John, could you please go ahead?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, please go ahead.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, my name is John Daly. First of all, thank you for prioritizing a discussion on these topics. It's wonderful to hear the good work being done by the citizen commissions and also the work being done on the active transportation plan. It was very encouraging to hear many of you saying that you were interested in the dramatic rethinking since Flagstaff, and it was very heartening to hear. Hopefully those conversations continue. But after that, we heard a presentation from city staff that seemed to be at odds with the priorities expressed by the council members in Flagstaff. It made it sound like the spending priorities in Props 419 and Prop 420 and the continued transformation of our city into a smaller, Phoenix are inevitabilities, and I found that disheartening. Propositions are not suicide pact. And since these ballot propositions were passed, the city has put in place a climate neutrality plan with significant input from the voters, which comes from vehicle miles traveled at 2019 levels and prioritizing bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure over car infrastructure. Spending vast sums of money on road widening is thus not in line with the current priorities of the voters. That is to say that I would encourage council to exercise its prerogative to forcefully direct staff in a different direction. I'll briefly mention Prop 420. It came up and it was not in the citizen petition. 420 is that collect $32 million over the next 20 years to build a bridge from Lone Tree over the railroad. So a potential idea is, could the city build a much smaller and significantly cheaper bridge for pedestrians and cyclists and return the rest of that money to the taxpayers? Seems like that would be a win-win to me. I guess in closing, I just want to bring us back to the city's mission to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. I think through these discussions we're having, we have the opportunity to think big, to change the course we're on, and make Flagstaff an even better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Councilmember Aslan has a question for you.
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, John. Thank you for your comments. I really appreciate hearing what you have to say. I do want to take a moment when things like this occur to create a little bit of space so that we can all better understand. And it may take a time or two for this to the complexity of this to fully be appreciated by all parties involved. But I'm wondering if the city attorney can address the commenter in terms of what we can and can't do with the ballot proposition. Just in whatever you're comfortable speaking to, Sterling. Our caller is going to share a lot of sentiments with other people listening and thinking about this. And the reality is that we have a bit of a legal document and a framework in terms of these ballot propositions that have been passed. And we are working within certain parameters and can't simply veto what the voters passed in 2018 and start over. And I'd like to just make sure we have an opportunity to set the record straight on that so that we all have realistic and reasonable expectations about what we can do with Prop 419 and Prop 20 money, 420 money. I think it is incumbent upon the citizens of Flagstaff to appreciate the confines that we need to operate within.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan, and thank you, Mayor and Council. As I mentioned before, and Councilmember Aslan, I won't get much more in depth than I did before in stating that you have ballot language that was fairly broad, yet at the same time you also have a publicity pamphlet that went out explaining the projects. And when it comes to referencing what those projects are, what the funding would be spent on, without going into a legal analysis, suffice it to say that that is the parameter that you are within. I would restate what you just stated, Councilmember Aslan, which is while a council can't veto what was in the ballot language, what was in the publicity pamphlet, which the voters relied upon, council does have the discretion as far as prioritization, perhaps, of which funding gets spent where at what time. There's also a pragmatic approach to that as far as what needs to be done in the engineering sphere to make, the prioritizations possible. So that's as far as I will go.
That's fine.
In explaining those parameters. I hope that's helpful.
And Mr. Daly, I hope you heard that, and I wonder if you have a reaction to it. I just think, I think we're committing to doing all that we can, but it is important, and I think it's fair to ask of the public that they understand that we'll do what we can, and then there are some there's some parameters to what we're going to be able to accomplish here, specifically with Prop 420 and 419 as conversation topics.
Councilmember Aslan, I certainly appreciate those distinctions. Of course, encourage council and the city attorney to explore the latitude that's there. But I'll also point out that there's a course of action. Not the pamphlet nor the ballot initiative specify specific online dates for any of these projects. So, if the needed flexibility isn't there, there's always a fallback to pause spending on these initiatives until it can go back to the voters.
Great. Well, thank you. And I appreciate that understanding. And just to reiterate, and I suppose I can only speak for myself, but I believe all of us share this sentiment. We're going to do everything we can within our flexibility to move forward in meaningful and substantive ways. This isn't meant to be a loophole or a preemptive excuse for seeing more of the inaction that are all frustrated with over the past couple decades. I hope that resonates, and I think it's important for all of us to have realistic understanding of where we can go with this. And then in addition to reallocating Prop 419 funds, there are going to be other things that other ways we could strategize for resourcing these efforts as well. So I just wanted to create some space there to make sure that these complexities are all on the table and that we're all moving forward in good faith to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Councilmember.
Mayor, I believe you're muted.
Thank you. Can't go without a meeting without that one time. I just want to point out that I can speak for myself as well as heard from several council members how we are committed to seeing every option on the table. How can we get past some of these certain parameters? For example, the speed limit thing. Do we have the power to change the code a bit so that way we can waive it in this circumstance so we can act faster? So there are parameters, but I think we're going to be learning a lot potentially next Tuesday for an executive session on what our options are to act quickly. So I appreciate you pointing that out, Councilmember Aslan.
A willingness to be creative.
Yes, a willingness to be creative. City Attorney, did you have another comment?
Yes, I appreciate your comments, Mayor, after Mr. Daly and Councilmember Aslan. It's a perfect segue, Mayor and Council, into what essentially I stated earlier, which is I'm looking for what those creative questions might be tonight before I delve into any one area over another. What I've given is a very general summation that's even appropriate for the public. But when it comes to the actual legal advice, after legal research, I am looking at specific questions that are coming from you as a council. And the direction I would take then is to research those questions and come back to you in that executive session setting where it is appropriate to provide that legal advice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, City Attorney, and we'll definitely hash that out a little more clearly for you after our public comments. So with that, I think we're ready for the next public participant.
All right, Mayor, I have Scott back on the line. Scott, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Thank you very much for getting the issue of updated and expedited bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure Flagstaff priority and a voice in these crucial times. It is because of your support that we will reach today. I am again calling to express my support for reallocation of 419 funds for this issue. We turned in our petition with over 1,000 signatures, almost 900 of those collected in 4 days. 900 in 4 days. It is clear the public is ready and demands a change on the streets of Flagstaff. We must transform our city into a much better example of what the future looks like. Our national rankings are poor or non-existent, and we have a responsibility to create opportunities for all the citizens of Flagstaff. As I understand it, you have the money and the plan in place to quickly adapt to the needs of bicycle commuters right now. The petition gives certain time frame guidelines, but there is no reason we cannot react to some of these sooner if possible. And I urge you to take these seriously and make decisions before your upcoming break. Striping of intersections, implementing engineers to do speed tests in key areas for safe speed reduction for cars now, protecting concrete barriers, the right sizing of roads, or wide sidewalk pathways. We need to cater less to car culture and start prioritizing a substantial and holistic bicycle and pedestrian culture. And the city's recently passed carbon neutrality plan fits in line with making our city more bicycle and pedestrian mature. We also need to hold people more accountable for bad and illegal driving. The city has also worked for years to develop the Active Transportation Master Plan, thanks to the hard work of many people, including Martin Entz. Now is the time to use the data and implement the plan. Once again, thank you very much for the time you have spent taking this issue seriously. Whatever can be done sooner than later should be, and I look forward to a safer and more progressive commute by bike.
Thank you, Scott. Next public participants.
Mayor and Council, I have Heidi on the line. Heidi, you have 3 minutes starting now.
I'm kind of one of those, I guess we get a lot of job interviews, and I think I like one of those to get a place and
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we have bad audio on that. My apologies, Heidi. My apologies, Heidi. Can we
Sorry,
try to?
Heidi, we're gonna have to try another caller. So.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, I have Allison on the line. Allison, go ahead and speak.
Good evening, Mayor Gacy and Vice Mayor Daggett and council members. My name is Allison Gitlin, and I spoke to you last week representing my organization, and I wasn't going to speak again this week because I was representing my organization, but I really felt it was important to convey the personal story that happened this week that really affected me. I think there's a lot of urgency to this, and so what happened over the weekend in the wake of not only Flagstaff terrible tragedy, but also in the wake of Solo's tragedy, which was an eerie similarity to what happened in Flagstaff. I was returning with friends from a fundraiser for the bike party tragedy victims, and while we were returning from that event, one of us turned from the service trail onto a road, and a vehicle between me and this other person got two of its wheels into the right side bike lane, and then accelerated, pulled up right next to the person in front of me, and then peeled out full speed from there. This was not a distracted driver. This was not, and it may have been an intoxicated driver, I don't know, but this was an intentional and malicious act, and could have inflicted quite a bit of physical damage and definitely inflicted a bit of emotional damage on everyone in that moment. It was a joke to them, I'm sure. But this wouldn't have happened if there was a protected bike lane. And so it really nailed home to me. I was just in shock that it's the timing that somebody would have done that right then. And so I want to thank the commission for all their hard work. I want to thank you all for considering this so quickly. But I really think that any kind of bike lane needs to be priority in whatever intersections you put in. I mean, we were between, not in a place that was mentioned in Martin's presentation, we were between Kinlani Dorms and 3 schools. But that is a place where people go pretty fast sometimes because there's not a lot of homes there and they pick up speed. And so it just made me really fearful for what could happen in the future. And then I do just want to mention, when I vote on a proposition, not on a publicity pamphlet. And so I looked at 419. I haven't looked at 420 very recently, but I looked at 419, and it's just pretty general language. I don't know what was in that publicity pamphlet, but, when I submit a ballot, I am
submitting a ballot based on how that proposition is written and not necessarily on anyone's interpretation of it except my own. And so I would love to see a legal analysis of how much the publicity pamphlet actually matters and how money is allocated, because that proposition was pretty shallow in my eyes. It was short and not so precise. So I want to thank you all for your time and your attention to this matter, and I really look forward to seeing how streets and bikeways in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. I'm so sorry to hear that happened. Next, public participant, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Heidi back on the line. Heidi, you may speak now for 3 minutes.
All right. Hello, everybody again. So I'm Heidi Larson. I have worked at Lowell for quite a while now, and I use the FUDs a lot. And it's one of the best things about Flagstaff is our urban trail system. So I'm so glad that that's been part of our lives. We just really need to expand it, and we really need to make everything safer for everybody to get from point A to point B. And we all know that adding lanes isn't going to do anything to traffic anyway. So as much as we possibly can, we really do need to put in bike and pedestrian lanes. And I just also want to say, thank you guys so much for your support. It's really been cool to see the city council members be so supportive about this whole thing. So please just continue doing that. I'm going to try and be as involved as I can. If there's anything I can do, that would make me feel better. All right, so just once again, I totally support the active transportation master plan, and I just want Flagstaff to be the example that we can be for, like we have in the past with other things like the Dark Sky City and stuff. So we totally have that in us. We just need to make it happen. Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Heidi. Next public participant, please.
Mayor, I have Shauna on the line. Shauna, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Just quickly, I'd like to echo what Heidi said. We have the plan. We just have to do it. Let's make it happen. So thank you for agreeing to discuss prioritizing safe bicycling infrastructure in Flagstaff. I'm encouraged by the comments you made last week in support of increasing safety measures, and I'm anxiously awaiting your plans on implementation. As I look around at what other cities are doing, I see that Flagstaff has a lot of work to do. As I listen to your presentation, I'm hearing that you're ready to do that work. I'm speaking today to express my support of reallocation of funds to speed up the process. So I'm excited to hear that we may have some options to make that happen, and I urge you to make some decisions before you go on break and also provide timelines for specific projects. Please also pledge to prioritize safe bicycling infrastructure during any and all future city plans and budgets. I am also speaking to provide some examples of what is working well in other areas. Bicycling.com has worked to rank the best 50 American cities for cycling. The ranking system includes safety as a top priority, friendliness, so how accessible is that city to riders of all ages, energy as a measure of the political climate in regards to bikes, and culture. I think we can all agree that Flagstaff has a way to go in all areas. But the writer of this article I'm citing admits that there's no perfect city in the U.S. and we all have work to do. Thankfully, Flagstaff is taking a look at safety now. Thankfully, Flagstaff has just approved a carbon neutrality plan, which includes equitable systems and decreasing dependence on cars. Thankfully, these things combined can work to strengthen cycling culture, so we make it safer to ride and more people will ride. Okay, I think we can look at some of these top-ranking cities for ideas on what we can prioritize as we accelerate our own projects. I've emailed information, so I won't say it all now, but some of the things, let's see, the top-ranking cities, Seattle, Washington, which was mentioned by another council member tonight, they've achieved this top ranking by prioritizing safety, reducing dependence on cars. Okay, they've installed protected bike lanes in busy areas, and they've made sure those bike lanes connect, creating dedicated bike routes. Okay, I think we could really, I think we can do this in Flagstaff. Okay, and so it's exciting to hear that it's a big part of the ATMP. Okay, something else Seattle has done is they've calmed traffic. by timing traffic signals for 23 miles per hour, narrowing lanes, inserting speed tables and traffic islands, like calm our streets for drivers and cars. It makes them safer for everybody. I think, is that my timer going off?
Yes.
All right, awesome. So I'll just end by saying thank you. And I emailed some more resources to you.
Thank you so much, Shauna. Next public participant, please.
All right, Mayor, I have Dan on the line. Dan, go ahead.
Hello there. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello there. My name is Dan Dunn. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the council for letting me speak tonight. I'm a Flagstaff resident of over 10 years and a local business owner, and I have been predominantly commuting by bicycle for over 15 years now. I love the city and all you guys do for it, and I'm really excited to hear about all this exciting move towards making it safer for pedestrians and cyclists. And I just like to let you know that I really it's always kind of on my mind that it's an unsafe thing to be doing, and there are certainly ways to make it safer, as you all know. And I would just really love the ability to be able to go anywhere in the city in a safe space. And I'd like to see that happen as soon as possible. And that's really all I have to say this evening.
Well, thank you, Dan. I appreciate it.
Oh, certainly. Thank you.
Pleasure. Next public participant, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Michelle on the line. Michelle, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello and thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Michelle James, the Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. Thank you for prioritizing this council discussion today. FQ recognizes there's a great need for improved infrastructure for pedestrians and cyclists in our city. As an active bike commuter to the NAU campus for 15 years, I've personally experienced many near-miss accidents with distracted and unaware vehicle drivers on Route 66 and Butler Avenue. The need to address bike and pedestrian infrastructure was made obvious to our community with the recent tragic collision that took the life of Joanna Wheaton and injured 4 other bicyclists. FCube has been following the progress of the active transportation management plan and the discussions of the pedestrian and bicycle advisory committees about that plan. FCube is supportive of the concerns expressed in the recently submitted citizen petition requesting immediate action to improve infrastructure to protect pedestrians and cyclists. The needs are great across the city, and the draft ATMP does an excellent job of determining priorities for these improvements while taking into consideration the needs of the city as a whole. The implementation of the actions outlined in the ATMP are important for both improving safety for pedestrians and bicyclists, as well as for moving our community toward Flagstaff's carbon neutrality goal by encouraging more people to use these means of transportation. Providing safe means of biking and walking and necessary connections of routes is extremely important in order to make the majority of people comfortable using these means of transportation. FCube is pleased to see the city staff has today presented details of short-term improvement pilot projects that overlap with most of the priority needs identified in both the ATMP and the citizen petition. FCube would like to see the city move forward immediately with these short-term pilot projects. We recognize and support the need to accelerate the implementation of some of the priority projects prior to the formal adoption of the ATMP. If funding is needed above the $6.8 billion, which is currently available in FY22, reallocation of Proposition 419 monies may be necessary and justified to speed up the process. FCube encourages Council to consider directing staff to take immediate action to address the concerns and safety measures outlined in the citizen petition by implementing the pilot projects, and to be open to the idea of reallocating Prop 419 funds, as you're able to address the important pedestrian and bicycle safety and connectivity needs in both the short and long term. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Michelle. Next public participant, please.
Mayor and council, I have Anthony on the line. Anthony, go ahead and speak.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Daggett, staff, and the rest of the council. Anthony Garcia. As most of you know, I am part of the Beautification and Public Art Commission. Just want to make sure that everyone knows that today I am speaking on behalf of myself as a private citizen and on my own volition because I did want to bring up some points that I witnessed at the last DPAC meeting that do pertain in some ways to the citizens' petition. And what I saw was a willingness from that commission, and I've seen it in other commissions too, but I'm speaking to the DPAC right now, a willingness to at least entertain a conversation in the future about sharing some funding from the beautification or at least having a conversation where we can, that department help out in creating safer bike and head infrastructure and having it be functional, but also having the feng shui element added to it. So it's a lot of people don't understand that with the beautification funding, that's a significant portion of the VPAC funding a lot less than the BBB, about 20%. So what that means is, barriers can be built with that money. Fences can be built with that money. Things that help the infrastructure out and also beautify it can be done. And I saw that willingness in that department at the last. So that's good to know. I also saw that it looked like some members of the commission wanted to make sure that the onus isn't just on the council to figure out how we're going to move this forward, but that other citizens are also really concerned and want to do everything they can within the city to help make this happen. Another thing I'd like to mention to the community, namely, is that the DPAC meets every second Monday at 4:30, and we're always looking for opportunities for public art, which could mean memorial or could be telling stories through art. And when citizens bring these ideas to the commission, what I've noticed is that typically the commission listens and works with the community. So anybody that has those ideas, I would love to see them spread. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Anthony. Next public participant, please.
Sarah Andrews, could you please go ahead?
Thank you. Council members and mayor. I am a resident of Flagstaff and was one of those present at the accident that occurred at Butler and Beaver Streets on May 28th. Hopefully you've already read and heard my statement from last week, so I'll try not to repeat myself. It is in the best interests of Flagstaff cyclists, pedestrians, motorists, visitors, and the image of Flagstaff as a whole to improve bicycle infrastructure throughout our town. Please ensure no one in Flagstaff ever has to endure a horrific scene like the one we saw that day again. Still recovering from that experience. That combined with the added level of hypervigilance I've assumed on my daily bike commute for my own safety has me utterly exhausted. Thank you for looking out for Flagstaff cyclists today so that we don't have to keep using what little energy we have to write letters and comments like this. And thank you for helping us to ride our bikes in peace. And thank you for supporting the requests in the petition submitted by Scott Hanches.
Thank you, Sarah. Next public participant, please.
All right, Mayor, I have Michael on the line. Michael, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hello. My name is Michael Perkins, and I've been a resident of Flagstaff for almost 8 years now. I was one of the folks who was in the bike party the night of the accident on May 28th. And my friend Joe Whedon died. And my friend Sarah Grace got serious injuries. My friend Dre both got hit. He was really
from the hospital that night, and obviously it was extremely traumatizing for those of us who were there and those of us who were first responders. I'm calling tonight not necessarily to harp on that accident. I know others have spoken of it, and I know you all feel, and council members, how painful this really sad and tragic event was for the community. And those of us who were friends with them obviously were devastated. But I'm calling tonight obviously to speak about bike infrastructure. I voted for many of you, and I voted for the 419, which was marketed to me and all of us as a bill that was supposed to give a lot of money for bike stuff. And so I'm just asking you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, to think about this accident, think about the accidents we have every year in Flagstaff between cyclists and pedestrians and motorists, and to please use some of that $157 million, which has been earmarked specifically for transportation. And like I said, many of us were expecting that money to go directly to having bike lanes and to making sure that there was pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure that our citizens protect. And so, yeah, I'm heartbroken and sad. I just implore you, please think of all of us, my children, your children, your friends' children, all of our neighbors who are cycling and walking every day in our sweet, beautiful little community, in our sweet town. I ask that you please take the money that is supposed to be going for physical infrastructure in our town and protect us. Use the money the way that it was intended to be used. You don't need to expand as many roads. You don't need to build as many new conveniences for vehicles, for cars. Please think about the cyclists and pedestrians. Let's make our city that's walkable and bikeable. We're worried about losing our lives, trying to get to school, trying to work, trying to get to our friends' houses for parties and events. So please, I ask you, take that money, the millions and millions of dollars that needs to go to bike, and please do it, and do it right now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Next public participant, please.
Mayor and council, I have Nora on the line. Nora, you have 3 minutes to speak starting now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor and council members, for taking my call. My name's Nora Timmerman. I've lived in Flagstaff since 2013, and I'm calling to tell you all that I am highly in favor of you all allocating money to bike infrastructure, taking that from the road infrastructure plans that the monies that we voted for some years ago, and allocating that to protected bike lanes and or roads in Flagstaff. I'm a bike commuter. I have been my whole life. I've been hit by a car here in Flagstaff before. I was hit 3 years ago on my way to work. I was in a bike lane, and someone just ran straight into me. And obviously we know with the event that unfolded a few weeks ago how common it is and how tragic it is for people to get hit by bikes, whether to be hit by cars. And I guess I want to say also that the only time I've actually felt safe riding my bike, even though I always ride in bike lanes, and I'm always watching people. I was watching the car that hit me as it came toward me, slowing down, getting away, and it still hit me. The only time I've ever felt safe is when Beaver was closed. The whole road was closed for all that construction. I think it was in 2017. And that was the only time I ever felt safe. I also sometimes feel safe on that really wide path that's on Route 66 between San Francisco and the mall. I just, even bike lanes are so dangerous. There's so many reasons that cars don't see bikers, they don't look for them, and same with pedestrians. I have 2 young children, And did one of them have to cross Highway 180 to get to school? And it is so dangerous. I really don't feel comfortable. So many cars don't even stop for the crosswalk that's there. So I think there has to be so much more done for pedestrian and bike safety, and we have that money that was allocated to do it. Expanding the roads to make room for more traffic is not my priority. I do not want that to happen. I want the cars to drive slower, not faster. And I want us to have way more protections for bikers and pedestrians, especially because we all know that climate change is coming. We have to make way for bikes in our community and pedestrians. That is the future, absolutely. And it's just like terrible tragedy if we don't. And I want you all to make that a priority and make it transformative and make it really powerful, and not just kind of adding more of the same kind of bike lanes, but making them really genuinely protected and like revolutionary. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Next public participant, please.
Mr. Jeff Melbeck, could you please unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Mayor and Council, my name is Jeff Meilbach, and I'm the Executive Director of Metro Plan. First of all, my condolences to the families, friends, and community members who are all affected by this tragic accident. I appreciate Council's interest in finding solutions and want to help by providing some information. I also appreciate the citizens who signed the petition and my peers at the city and Mountain Line who work these issues every day and bring expertise to the cause. For those who don't know, Metro Plan is a collaborative of local governments that's focused on transportation planning and funding. The city, county, Mountain Line, state, and NAU are all member agencies of Metro Plan. So we're family, and we're here to grieve with you and find a way forward with you. As a reminder, Councilmember McCarthy is Metro Plan Chair, Councilmembers Aslan and Salas serve on the board, and Vice Mayor Daggett is the alternate to the Metro Plan Board. And Metro Plan's vision is to create the finest transportation system in the country. And I'll say that again, our vision is to create the finest transportation system in the country, which is a lofty vision to be sure. And I have some news. Metro Plan is embarking on a 25-year regional transportation plan. We kick it off this month. To those who want action now, you may be disappointed with this news because the regional transportation plan is a 15 to 18-month process where we look at the long-term transportation future of the greater Flagstaff area, 25 years out. We've assembled an advisory group of local citizens representing environmental, sustainability, and business interests, and we've hired a consulting team to go deep and go big on the work. So I want you to know that for the regional transportation plan, we will be creating two scenarios. One is a scenario using the current land use model, so Propositions 419 and 420 and all the other projects as currently approved, and we'll extend them forward. And then two, an enhanced sustainability scenario that we developed before this tragic accident. The enhanced sustainability scenario will have the freedom to create a transportation system of a different design, a system that likely maximizes opportunities for bicycle, pedestrian, and transit options. To be clear, creating the enhanced sustainability scenario will not be a policy. It will be a plan, a concept, a perhaps broader, more visionary, less constrained way of looking at our transportation future. However, the enhanced sustainability scenario will be very much a first step. It'll provide a metaphorical, literal, even map of the community that you can begin to follow if you choose. And I look forward to keeping council and the community engaged. Thank you, and many thanks to council members McCarthy, Aslan, and Salas for their service on the Metro Plan Board of Directors.
Thank you, Mr. Meilbach. Councilmember Shimoni has a question.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Meilbach. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us tonight and speaking up. And I just had a quick question for you. What would it take to see Flagstaff evolve into a top-ranking community for bike and ped safety? You know, when I think of bike and ped safety in communities, Flagstaff seems like that perfect model town to implement such a strategy and be a leader, not just in the state, but in the nation. You've been involved for so many years, and you've probably seen many planning documents come and go and councils come and go. What will it take?
Mayor and Councilmember Shimoni, I appreciate the question and the compliment, and I would say it's a much bigger question than me. And the way we're going to answer that question is through this regional transportation plan. One of the components is to ask people, what does it mean to create the finest transportation system in the country? And not just people who show up at workshops, you know, people who we do a systematic, a random sample and get deep input from the community. And based on all of the work we do and planning experts who are more knowledgeable than I, we're assembling a great team. I want to be able to come back to you and answer that question. But in all candor, I can't answer it for you right now. I don't know what the community needs, and that's why we need to do this work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Councilmember Salas has a question as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Malbec, thank you for your leadership with our Metro Plan. I know the answer to my question, but for the benefit of the public, at the last Metro Plan meeting held 2nd of June, where the Metro Plan Board reviewed the regional project assessment in terms of urgency, multimodalism, magnitude, regional impact, funding opportunity, and long-term need. What is the top one priority?
Mayor Deci and Councilmember Salas, what you have just described is the filter, and we are updating, we're running all the projects. There are literally hundreds of projects through that filter to come up with what the priority, really top 3 projects should be. You know, I can tell you that one that has come to the top most recently, and it might be reaffirmed through this next effort, is the Lone Tree Corridor.
Yeah, but what about the pedestrian and bike project safety? Isn't it on the top list of priority?
Yes, and in fact, our current list, the one that was developed last year, bicycle and pedestrian funding, pursuing funding for bicycle and pedestrian projects was our top priority. And we've had some success with that with Mountain Line in the city of Flagstaff in the past year, and certainly intend, as I think you heard City Engineer Rick Barrett say, continue those efforts together.
Could you expound on the recent grant opportunity that Metro Plan supported, and it was also proposed by Mountain Line NAPTA with respect to pedestrian and bike projects?
Yes.
5.5 million.
Yes, Mayor Deci and Councilmember Salas, I do want to take the opportunity to recognize the great partnership between Mountain Line and the city of Flagstaff. Metro Plan was a small part of it, but essentially Mountain Line pursued a funding source that was only available to them through the state. And they were successful with city and Metro Plan in receiving $5.5 million, which is going to go towards these bicycle and pedestrian projects within the next year, I think is what City Engineer Barrett said. And so that's the kind of collaboration that's possible and success that we can see when we all work together in a focused way.
Yeah, lastly, my question is, or my request is, can you elaborate on the work and the role of Metro Plan when the city adopts the active transportation plan?
Mayor Deci and Councilmember Salas, you're asking me to elaborate on Metro Plan's role when the city of Flagstaff adopts the active transportation plan? Our role will be supportive. Metro Plan generally focuses on projects that are more long-term and cover the needs of all of the agencies. Once the city of Flagstaff adopts the active transportation management plan and makes, if assuming it is made as policy, then it will be our part as Metro Plan to support and further the goals of that effort.
Thank you, Mr. Malbec.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malbec. I'm not seeing any additional questions from council at this time, so appreciate your information. All right, next public participant, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Dina on the line. Dina, you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Thank you for taking comments this evening. My name is Dina Barney. I've been a longtime resident of Flagstaff. I've been here since 1977. I live downtown, and I've been a bike commuter for a number of years. Every time I go out on my bike into the streets, I feel like I'm taking my life in my own hands. And that was certainly the case with my friend, Trey, and the other bicyclists who were involved in the accident for the Flag Bike Party. So I really appreciate that we are looking at prioritizing this bicycling infrastructure, just all of the different things included with that. But in addition to those initiatives that are on the table, I have some specific smaller requests that I feel would make an impact for bicyclists and drivers. And those are, first off, painting of the shared lanes before they're completely faded, especially with the number of tourists we have downtown. I can't tell you the number of times I've been forced off of the street on San Francisco Street and Beaver Street heading north or south because they didn't understand that they were supposed to share that lane with me. So I would request that every spring, as soon as the dangerous snow is gone, that those roads be painted, all of those symbols on the roads be painted. The next thing is more signage to indicate where bike lanes are and where shared bike lanes are. And the third thing is education for cyclists to understand how to properly ride in traffic, and for drivers to understand how to properly drive with cyclists. I think all three of these are fairly low budget things that could be done on a regular basis that could have a lot of positive impact for drivers and cyclists, and could be done in addition to these much larger projects that are going to take years. It's important that we start looking at the low-hanging fruit and what we can address right now to help everybody, while these bigger projects are in planning and construction, because we all know that these bigger projects we could be looking at 10 years down the road. So I would really appreciate some attention paid to what we're dealing with now, those of us who are out there riding in traffic and trying to negotiate our way safely from point A to point B. So thank you for taking our comments this evening.
Thank you, Dina. Next public participant, please.
Susan Huffley, could you please go ahead? You have 3 minutes to address Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting me speak. My name is Susan Heffley. I'm a member of the Bike Advisory Commission. Are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a 30-year resident of Flagstaff on Navajo Drive. We, for the last week, have all been choking on ours and the world's failure to battle climate change. And here we are, handed with this 60% of interested but concerned cyclists, an amazing venue to carbon neutrality in 2030. Bike facilities cost less than car facilities. They require less land, and the cycling public benefit from physical and mental health. It is our best buy for climate change neutrality. In general, and in the past, there's been a lag in the city's response to respond to public requests for improvements to the bike facilities. I've tried the online complaint structure. Both me and my boss have made comments for over 3 years on the absence of the sharrows, on needing reflective stripes on futz trails that parallel the roads where you have blinding oncoming traffic. There seems to be a diminution of bike facilities. Whenever there's a construction zone, the bike and ped facilities take the hit the first. I'd like to see a reversal of this. Prop 419 gave us money for only that first priority of projects through 2040. That's 10 years after our climate neutrality goals end in 2030. That seems screwy, and obviously we're going to have to be much more creative and inventive, and we're going to have to get more funds to complete all these things. We've worked for years to envision them, and it needs to come to pass. I've racked my head for what we could have done to prevent the accident on Butler and Beaver. And all I've come up with is if the city had already installed all of the facilities that we wanted and Flagstaff was already completely bicycle friendly. And that's what we need to do. And that's where you're hearing this great urgency to get things done, to make connections happen. I greatly appreciate the positive words and the good intent from the council, and take heart from the activism of the public. Here's hoping for a really positive future for bike facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Next public participant.
Mayor, that was our last public participant on this item.
Okay, well, thank you to everyone who called in. I think we're hearing you loud and clear. At this point, let's turn it in now to council discussion, and happy to take any council members' comments or potential questions we may have for staff. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, slow on the mute button. I would just like to ask City Attorney Sterling if he could pull together some information for next week for an executive session, and that would be methods available to us to alter speed limits without doing studies. So, you know, what we can do regarding existing codes. And also, I would like guidance on our discretion regarding 419 funds and how they're spent. And for staff, I just want to thank you again. I know that our staff has done a fantastic job with planning, and I would just like to emphasize that I want to see bike and pedestrian projects coming forward, perhaps even moving other projects to the side in order to get those done. When we have achieved something major around bike and pedestrian infrastructure, you know, maybe then we can take another look at some of the other work that staff has planned and ready to go. But I want to see major strides made in bike and pedestrian infrastructure. And I would love to, you know, with every project that comes to us, never again have to ask about a sidewalk or ever have to ask about bike facilities. I would just like that to be, we know that every single project coming to us has that as a priority. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Council, and I'll just say I agree with everything that Vice Mayor just said, so we can have the direction we need here. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a few things on my list. Yeah, everyone might want to take a breather here as I go through this. It's kind of a lot, but I'm going to try to be efficient. But this is it, right, Council? This is our council meeting on this topic. I know we'll have future conversations, but this is where we give direction. And this is an extremely crucial meeting, if not the most important meeting of my tenure on council. So this really means a lot to me. Vice Mayor, thank you for your comments, and Mayor for your support. Another thing to add to that list, Mayor and Vice Mayor, is right sizing of roads. You know, I think we're on a good track long-term to incorporate pedestrian and bicycle needs, but we're still building 35, 40-mile-an-hour thoroughways through our communities, through our neighborhoods, through the South Side, and that needs to stop. All of our roads needs to be accommodating of the public safety's needs, you know, and their likelihood of surviving an incident with a vehicle. So I'll get to that a little bit later in my notes here. So I've been elected since 2018, as most of you know, and since I've been elected, I've been talking to staff and bugging and nagging staff on this topic of bicycle and pedestrian safety. You better believe I've been behind the scenes meeting with all our key leaders in different departments, trying to figure out and work through the hurdles of what it would take to get a holistic, big picture plan in place so that we cyclists and pedestrians can get around Flagstaff safely. And I'm proud to say I've been making a lot of progress with our excellent staff that we have. And so it encourages me to believe that things can move quickly here. We don't need to wait a year. We don't need studies. We know what needs to be done, and we can move and act quickly and swiftly. And I'm proud to say that, you know, I've helped to do the back work needed to work through some of those struggles and get the right people in the right rooms together to have the conversations. But, you know, the tragic event on the 28th of May occurred and has brought so much momentum to this topic. And I am, you know, honored and also devastated by the circumstance that we find ourselves in. And then with the event occurring in Sholo not too long ago, just absolutely tragic. I put my support behind the 800 plus petition signatures that we've received in a matter of days. And I truly believe that given the opportunity, this entire community would sign on to that petition. That is rare. I've never seen quite a petition like this. And it is exciting and humbling to be in the position that we are as council members today to move forward. It keeps me up at night, quite frankly. Every year, pedestrians and cyclists make contact with vehicles. And guess who wins in each of those confrontations? The vehicle, every single time. The vehicle always wins, often ending in potentially loss of life or significant injury. And most everyone I speak with has a story, including myself. And they don't just have one story. They have numerous stories. This is just a tragic reality that locals live with. I'm stoked about the ATMP, and I can't wait for that to get out to the public review. But what about all the previous plans that have been adopted and have fallen short of being implemented? We have documents from the 80s, from 1980, that I was just reviewing, that has awesome information in it and very fun hand-drawn graphics. There's a 1991 Flagstaff Bicycle Plan, and there's a whole list of other good resources that can be found on the Flagstaff Biking Organization's website. I encourage everyone to look through that, but it's also a little frustrating to see that this is nothing new and I just hope that the ATMP doesn't become another document that sits on the shelf and gains years with age. When we build roads, we need to ensure that the design is the best, is in the best interest of our pedestrians, cyclists, and then in public transportation, then cars, not the other way around. It just needs to happen. More lanes does not fix our traffic issues, so we need to get creative. So staff, I hope you're hearing council loud and clear tonight to get creative moving forward. Think outside the box. Just because, you know, the Maricopa County design standards say that we need to build wider and more lanes doesn't mean that's what Flagstaff should do. Flagstaff is different. Let's not Phoenix flag. And there's a reason that bumper sticker is so popular in town. But I'm afraid with our designs, we might be Phoenixing flag, and we have an opportunity to stop that. 29 million over the next 20 years, when we need 130 plus $138 plus $1 million. It's not going to work. So what do we need to do? Can we reallocate funds from 419? I guess we'll find out if we can, move things around. And Sterling, hopefully you're hearing clear direction from council tonight as well on that topic. But maybe a new proposition is needed specifically solely focused on bike and ped. And that's something I would be interested in exploring, Mayor and Council, as well. We need a short-term plan along with a long-term plan. And I don't want to necessarily go back out again to community surveys, of which we've done 10 of, or even go through our commissions at this point. We need action and leadership by this council right now. And I'm happy to do my part in that role. We need complete holistic routes in this community, and I have an idea for that. We need to address intersections, we need to address speeds and funding, as we talked about. I'd like to see us pause our current projects to evaluate bike and pedestrian needs. I'd like to see if all the projects show this. I'd like to make sure that all the projects show designs prioritizing pedestrians, then cyclists, buses, and then cars, integrating ATMP standards and values around right sizing of roads, so that future mitigation for traffic is not needed or speed. But yet those values are integrated up front. Setting up roads that don't need future, yep, I just said that. So Vice Mayor, I know you didn't comment on that, but maybe you can come back around and share what you think about that idea of pausing and re-looking at evaluating our current projects in the pipeline. Secondly, I like to look into and lessening widths and converting streets to bike ped avenues, or what Martin called in his presentation cycle tracks. When Martin spoke to streets not having enough space, Mayor and Council and leaders, to me that means maybe we should take a road and convert it to that cycle track. Bikes and peds need to be accommodated, and maybe that's the way we do that. So hopefully Council will agree with me on that point as well, that we need to really look at right sizing. And I'm thinking about Butler, I'm thinking about 4th, Cedar to Forest, Beaver, and those are all the roads that are at the top of my mind when it comes to right sizing and potentially converting a road to a bike ped highway, so to speak. And then also addressing speeds. Mayor, to your point, speeds are reflective of the design, and so we need to address the design and then reflect the new speed on the speed limits. That's how I've come to understand how to address that. Intersections and crossings. We need to talk about that. So that's another topic, staff, I like to empower you to look at. Redesign how we intersect and cross. Let's be a leader here. Identify key intersections and crossings and fund new striping designs, of which at times prioritize the bike and pedestrian. I've seen models where the car is staggered back and the bike and the pedestrian gets the green light first, and the car can't make a right turn on red. Often that's where a lot of intersects or confrontation occurs between bike and ped cars. And we can address this in some of our top intersections of concern. Next topic, holistic bike lane system. And Martin, if it's possible, if you can pull up that map that you and I had worked on over the last couple of weeks, I'd love for Council to see what I'm thinking here. But I'm going to go ahead and start talking about it. So we have a good trail system currently for bikes, but it's incomplete, it disconnects, and it's not holistic, as we've heard. So I like to see us in the very short term, before we go on break, address this and implement this. And Mayor, I'm understanding from leadership and staff and all the research I've done that this can be done within the month. If we have clear direction from you and Council tonight, this can be done within the month. Thank you, Martin. Zoom in on that a little bit. So the purple here is what is currently in place as bike lanes that are safe. So that purple going east to west in the middle is Route 66. That separated Foots Trail. All the teal blue color is what I think we need to fill in, and much of which is part of the petition. But I even go above and beyond here because I want to see us really create that holistic system. And so we're looking at Butler, we're looking at Lone Tree, we're looking at 4th, Cedar to Forest, going over the hill, Beaver and San Francisco Street, and parts of University and whatnot. That's what I believe is possible. I think it comes out to about 9 miles, Mayor, of filling in. And if we were to go with the candlesticks alone, that's $100,000 a mile, coming out to about $900,000. And Mayor, we have that money budgeted in this upcoming budget that we're about to adopt, or we have adopted. That's about to go live July 1st. So we have $1 million plus, quite a bit more, to address this. So we can do this in like a month, and we can get a safe lane system for cyclists by the summer, for the summer. Now, you know, in talking to staff about snow and whatnot, we're still scrambling to figure out how to figure that out, but we have time at this point. And I have faith in our leadership and in our staff and in our engineers to figure out how to address the snow with us as a council. So this is what I want to do right now, Mayor, and I believe it's possible. And the way I want to do this is by right-sizing roads, meaning at times taking a foot from each lane, putting it to the bike lane, creating that buffer, and then either implementing that metal with the candlesticks that Martin showed, create that barrier, even though it won't prevent a car from, you know, potentially swerving and hitting a cyclist. It does create something that's different, that's better than right now, as we work towards a more permanent future solution of a true separated barrier. I think that metal strip with the candlestick is honestly probably the best short-term option that Martin talked about as something that can be done fast. And again, we have the money to do it. I'm interested in the addressing the 60% population in that interested but concerned category. Right now, you have to be within the 1% to be a cyclist in Flagstaff, which, you know, on the one hand, I'm proud to be a 1%er, but on the other hand, it's like we need to open the floodgates up to that 60%. And by doing that, through this map that I'm talking about here, we're going to take cars off the road, reduce our need for parking, reduce our need for widening roads and increasing the amount of roads, right? Because we're going to release the floodgates. And my vision is that we see lines of cyclists at stoplights, just, you know, traveling from A to B and commuting safely. Parents pulling kids, elderly. You'll see my mom out there, hopefully, maybe. But point being, this would address that. 35 miles an hour is not a comfortable speed to be riding a bike adjacent to. And the statistics show that at 23, sorry, I'm trying to re-understand these statistics. Your likelihood of death by hitting a vehicle traveling at 23 miles an hour is 10%. At 32%, it's 25%. Sorry, at 32 miles an hour, it's 25%. At 42 miles an hour, it's 50%. So you better believe when we say 35, most people travel 40. That's 50-50 chance of surviving for our pedestrians and our cyclists. And that's a chance I'm not willing to take, staff and council. And I hope that council is loud and clear that we don't need any more 35 mile an hour roads, and we don't need any 35 mile an hour roads within city limits. Cars can wait another minute to get from A to B and go a little slower and yet protect the lives of our pedestrians and our cyclists. There is a third of the population who rely on public transportation and these corridors to get from A to B. They don't have a car. And they're not, like, as Martin said, they're not speaking up and engaging with us. We need to work for them. Martin talked about signage, and along that route system that I'm hoping we do sooner than later, we do just that. We have good signage, and we integrate QR codes, and we help the community know if you get on the Brown line or whatever we want to call these routes, you can get all the way to the mall safely or wherever it might be. Maintenance is on board. I've had great talks with Scott and Andy, and they're ready. They're looking for our direction tonight. to move forward with this with the best possible option. So again, I'm pushing staff with hopefully the support of council to come back to us ASAP with the best possible options for a short-term integration, completing all those gaps that I've outlined in that map that I just showed. And I'm almost at the end, Mayor. We got to do all these things and more through a lens of equity and make sure that we're serving all portions of this community, and not just the same segments that we continuously bring attention to. And that's crossings, that's sidewalks, that's bike lanes, etc. We declared a climate emergency, council, and we've adopted a net neutrality plan. This is it. This is that big shift. This is addressing the vehicles miles traveled, and this is what we need to do if we're serious about taking climate seriously with our locals. So the timing of all this, some of these things we can do sooner than later, some are going to take longer, but hopefully you understood clearly on my personal thoughts on timing. And yeah, although the petition calls for 2022, I believe at times, or even a couple years out, I think that a lot of these things we can move forward a lot quicker with. And I'm excited that I think council will agree with me on this. Council, the community's call to action is clear, and it's on us to take leadership now. And we have a rare opportunity today to implement a transformative change for bicyclists and pedestrians in Flagstaff once and for all. Moving forward, it would be great for these projects to continue to come before council before it gets too late with a variety of options, so that we're not caught at the end of our design standard process where it's like it's too late to implement a change of plans. I like that to be something we do moving forward, staff, and just our staff is ready. And with our direction, I believe we can start seeing major implementation of these changes in the coming weeks. If it wasn't clear, Sterling, I would like to see us have a discussion on Prop 419 funding allocations and the legality of the documents, which is between the public pamphlet versus the language on the ballot. And I'd also like for us, as Mayor has mentioned, to address speeds. And I think Vice Mayor talked to as well. Shauna spoke about ranking. Flagstaff has the opportunity to be that town that is ranked in the top 10. Let's do that. Let's be that town that is in the top 10, right, Mayor? Like we have that opportunity. We've got this perfect sized community in town. Let's do that. Let's aim high and really work towards getting into that top ranking position. And then lastly, my very last point is to Anthony's comments from the BPAC Commission. I do think a memorial is very much appropriate for Joanna Wheaton, and I think we need to be sensitive to the family's desires and concerns and needs. But I do think that the BPAC Commission is who can really help us navigate some of those waters and work through how to best implement this in time, in the appropriate time that's needed. So I am supportive of that. And lastly, council, thank you. This has been such a humbling conversation, and I'm literally shaking right now because of how nervous and excited I am about this work. And I know how big this is to the community and to my job as a member of council. So thank you in advance for your support and your willingness to walk this path and not just talk about it, but see the job through. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, and thank you to the community and to staff. I really respect and appreciate all of you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni, and I really appreciate all the research and dedication you have always shown towards this incident and this area. And I want to see transformative change. I do have a question though with that. So the $900,000 we're speaking about with these, with the candlesticks, where are those dollars going to be coming from? And I'm first of all, I'm okay if it's coming from like general roads budget, but my concern would be that we're setting up a temporary candlesticks when that could be also used for a permanent separator that would last the time. So I want to just make sure we're balancing that short term versus long term. If we could, maybe if I could hear from city staff actually about where that $900,000 would be able to come out of.
Mayor, I'll just say really quick, we have a line item in our budget for separate bike lanes, right, Martin, of $1 million for the next, I want to say 2 or 3 years. So there's like, I want to say 2.5 million or 3.3 million. Go ahead, Martin. Go ahead and you can answer that.
Yes, that's correct. There's $1 million in this year's budget and $1 million in next year's budget as part of the capital plan, and then some smaller amount, either a third of $1 million or $500,000 after that. So for at least for the initial project, it would come out of the $1 million that exists in the budget today.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. I'd like to hear from the other council members here. Council Member McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'll make some general comments and a couple detailed comments. I totally agree that we need to prioritize pedestrian and bicycle safety. We need to get separated bike lanes wherever we can. And we need to complete the foot system so that we can get across town without dead ending here and there. I think everybody agrees to that. I also think that when we do things, we can't do this as a knee jerk. We have to do this rationally, think it through, the pros and the cons. It makes me think of in my neighborhood, they wanted to slow down traffic, so they wanted to put in speed bumps. Well, you can't put in speed bumps and have snow plows. So my point is that you need to think these things through. Narrowing lanes, that kind of scares me. I had this concept presented to me, and I was going down Milton the other day, and there was a truck in front of me. And I thought, wow, if this lane were 1 foot more narrow, there would be a safety issue because the truck is basically lane to lane as it is. So yeah, I'm open-minded about it, but we got to, have our engineers tell us what makes sense. And, reducing speeds on Butler, for instance, today around lunchtime, I was driving down Butler and I was driving at what I thought was a very reasonable speed. And I thought, I wonder how fast I'm going. So I looked down at my speedometer and it said 29. So it's like, well, maybe 30 miles an hour would make sense for Butler. Right now it's 35. 25, that may be unrealistic for arterial street, which that is, an arterial street. But I think we need to get our engineers working on an analysis of what would be an appropriate speed for Butler and Lone Tree and other similar streets. So I did have a couple specific comments about one commenter's comments. She was the woman that lived downtown and was trying to use those shared lanes like San Francisco, Beaver. And you know what? It's not really clear that those are supposedly shared lanes. It isn't really clear to the car drivers that it's okay for a bicyclist to take the lane. It's absolutely appropriate and it's the safest thing to do. But as she pointed out, we need to replace those, repaint those signs that are on the pavement. And I always suggest we need more of them. And we need signs on the side, on the right side of the street that points out that this is a shared lane with bicycles get priority. So those are some of my thoughts. Generally, I'm very supportive of everything we've talked about tonight. But of course, it has to be done in a rational manner that looks at all the effects and side effects. So those are my comments for tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, where to begin? I would like to
See all projects prioritize increased safety and access for all users, encourage walking and biking and transit use. And instead of building corridors just to pass through, I'd like to see streets that best serve the people who need to use them. By improving safety, especially for people walking and biking, and right-sizing future projects, all of those will cause vehicles to naturally slow down and allow people to spend more time outside safely on the streets. I do want to take a moment and thank staff for their hard work on all of this and the information, and to my colleagues for the thoughtful comments tonight. I will say that I agree with Vice Mayor and her requests, as well as Councilmember Shimoni and the big picture plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Mr. Barrett, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to step back a second and just make sure we understand what the 100,000 per mile was referenced, back earlier in this discussion. My understanding is that the 100,000 per mile included the candlesticks on both sides of the road. And I'm going to just pause here for a minute and ask Martin to correct me if that understanding is wrong. But the caution that I throw out there is if that the direction we're receiving now, and I thought I heard clearly, is that we should be using the metal bars that are anchored to the roadway that have candlesticks associated with that system. That I believe that is a much more expensive installation than the candlesticks only, but would ask that staff has an opportunity to confirm that number. And Martin, if I did, okay, I see Martin has said, yes, that's correct. So thank you for the opportunity to hopefully get that information a little more clear, Mayor DC.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Could we pull up the map again? Councilmember Shimoni was proposing. And I honestly, Councilmember Shimoni, I like this idea. Really my only concern is that honestly, if we do all 9 miles of this, both sides of the road, and the first big snowstorm in January or something, we lose all those and have to go back to redoing it, as opposed to if it were a metal one, then if we allocate, for example, then we just spent all the money that we could use more of the metal and candlestick. And maybe what we should do is, this is a lot of road. What if we do part of it with the candlesticks to see how this works, how it works with the snow plows, and then not blow all of the money we have for this that could otherwise be used for the metal and candlesticks. I want to make sure that we have like a short-term, mid-term type of solution with these dollars, because I would just be sad to see we put out 9 miles of this and then, come February, we have to redo large chunks of it that we could have prevented. So I'm just throwing this out there that maybe what we should do is not do all 9 miles, but a large section of it. See, with the normal candlesticks, we can get down now, keep people safe this summer or this fall, and then work to see, then we have the direction from the engineers and so forth to kind of do a test case, but a large test case, not like a block by any means. So with that, yeah, I'll hear, if I could hear from you, Councilmember Shimoni, and then Councilmember McCarthy has to, I just want to see what your thoughts are on that.
I appreciate that, Mayor. We heard from earlier in the conversation tonight or today from Bicycle Committee Chair Howitt that the importance of that holistic connection of a system. And I fully agree. We can't have routes that throw cyclists on the road for sketchy stretches. It needs to be connected, right? And that was my biggest goal with this map. And for example, the downtown section, you can see doesn't necessarily have that teal blue going through it fully. And I've been talking to Terry at the DVA about that, and she is fully on board with helping us find the solution and believes in what we're doing. She doesn't know what that looks like yet, but that's what I'm talking about, connecting all the dots so that, you know, I feel good about letting my mom ride this loop, right? And I don't have to, you know, worry about that. So going to your point, Mayor, I'm hoping that we as a city can commit to this solution and know that the beginning is going to be a little bit bumpy because we're going to be learning new things. But that being said, we're not the only mountain town with snow or town with snow that has separated bike lanes. And staff knows this. Scott knows this, you know, from maintenance and streets. Rick, our city engineer, knows this. Our leadership is ready to address this. And I see that Scott has some insights about snow operations. But I know it's scary, Mayor, to make this jump. But we are going to have to replace candlesticks. I like your idea, Mayor, of maybe like that hybrid of candlesticks with like the metal with the candlesticks or something like that, whatever makes sense. My only comment, Mayor, would just be that we keep this complete, the system complete. I think that's so crucial. And we give directions to staff to come back to us in a week or 2 weeks with options that we can provide direction on and decide and determine action and vote on as a council. And really look at the options, look at the costs, and look at what we have in the budget. And so that's my response. Hopefully you agree with me.
Yeah, again, I'm all for this, but I just don't want and I'm not scared about it. It's a matter of making sure we're maximizing these dollars to the best of the ability to protect as many as people as possible. So I just don't want us to be short-sighted with this situation, and maybe there's some other options, but I would like to hear from Mr. Overton on this issue, and I know Councilmember McCarthy has a comment as well.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. We've been listening intently from Public Works, and I also have Amy Hagan, and of course Andy's online with us as well. But, you know, a lot of this will operate and be very different when it comes to snow operations. It's by far one of our largest programs in the street section. It's somewhat complicated. There's 700 lane miles throughout the community, and you've all been briefed before. Each storm is different. Each temperature provides us a different set of conditions, and we have 24-hour operations. So I do know that we're going to have to look at the way we operate today, and we're likely going to have to change some of our operations. And that might result in the prioritization of routes and how we work with our partners like NAPTA and Mountain Line and FUSD. The priority 1 routes might adjust a little bit, and then we may even go to more drastic measures like plowing to the middle of the road and then do snow removal options. Those are things we're talking about. Nothing is off the table. I think we're anxious to work with engineering and design a system that is financially responsible, that will last for some duration of time, and we can safely operate not only for snow removal, but we will also have ice cinder cleanup to perform. And both of those tasks are very arduous, and they're important to our bicycle and ped community. So we know we're going to have to look at different equipment likely. We're probably going to have to use some different human resources and how we address these issue areas. We're up for those conversations, but we're really willing to engage in the maintenance conversation through the design process to try to come up with something that works well. We're in agreement. The candlesticks are short term. We know they have a high mortality rate. We saw it last season on the 4th Street Bridge when we had to utilize them to narrow the lanes. We wiped them out virtually every storm. And it wasn't on purpose or intentional. It's just simply part of the operation. We lose sight of them, and it's hard in a blinding snowstorm. So, it would be a shame to put out $900,000 of candlesticks and then wipe them out. So we're going to have to adjust and change operations as needed. And you have my commitment. We'll work through those operational issues. But that will take some time. So I unfortunately don't have all the answers tonight, but I know that some of these solutions will come to fruition as we design a system, and then we look at new equipment, techniques, and training to address the system that we've put into place.
Thank you, Mr. Overton. I really appreciate that information. Councilmember McCarthy, you have a comment?
Yeah, I do, Mayor. I I guess the reason I rose my hand, so to speak, is that I was concerned that it sounded like we were starting to give direction on what we were going to do tonight. But based on Mr. Overton's comments and Mr. Shimoni's later comments, I think maybe I was incorrect. So, but I'll make my point anyway. We can't decide this tonight. We need to do this soon, but we need to do it with analysis. We need to look into what the cost would be for various options, what the how it would handle snow, you know, the safety issues, the public acceptance issues. You know, there's trade-offs between all of these various options, and we're not ready to make that decision tonight, but we need to do it soon. I agree with that. After we get the analysis from staff, and enough said. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Aslan?
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so we've heard a lot of ideas here, and I have to tell you, I feel like my head is spinning a little bit. And I'm concerned that the vast majority of the Flagstaff public is going to be left with spinning heads here shortly. I don't know how to balance these two things. I'm going to be completely honest with everybody. And the people who are listening tonight are the advocates for a bicycle safety community. And so I want you to hear me loud and clear right now. I am all in favor of every one of these strategies and the overarching, encompassing prerogative to make bicycle travel more safe in Flagstaff. As I said earlier, some of you may have tuned in later in this conversation, but we spoke with the Transportation Commission and the Bicycle Advisory Committee and the Pedestrian Advisory Committee earlier, and I spoke at length during that agenda item with great enthusiasm and with a sense of urgency for what is ahead of us and what needs to be done. And a general agreement also on the underlying logic and understanding of the way things work in place. I do not think we need to widen roads for more vehicle traffic. I think that will only lead to more vehicles on the road and greater congestion. That's one example of some of my comments earlier. I was very attuned to Brandon Cruikshank's comment. Every project we do as the city should enhance pedestrian and bicycling. And I fully agree with that. I think we need to think big. I think we need to connect networks. And every new street design should be all-encompassing. All of these things are absolutely true, so I don't want anyone to mishear me or misinterpret me. But I have grave concerns about the speed at which we are suddenly moving under Councilmember Shimoni's suggestions. None of this should be done before the end of the summer. We shouldn't be having a conversation about reinventing the entire grid of Flagstaff so that Councilmember Shimoni's mother can ride safely down the street in August. If we can't do this holistically, if we also do it quickly. I firmly believe that. We are setting ourselves up for failure if we as a body direct our city to completely transform the way that traffic works in Flagstaff in the next 2 or 3 months. I cannot get behind that. I think we need a more metered approach, and we need to do this right. And that's going to take time. I'm sorry, it's going to take analysis. It's going to take community buy-in. We cannot have the residents of Flagstaff wake up one day in August and suddenly all the speed limits are 25 miles an hour. Some of their lanes have been taken away, and they don't understand what's going on. We are going to have 10 to 50 to 100 times the number of people coming to our council meetings to speak against doing this. And if we don't put in the community buy-in component on these projects now, we're going to lose the long game. I think it's critical to sit with that for a minute. We can't do any of this by the end of the summer. We can't have a knee-jerk reaction just because of the tragedy that was experienced several weeks ago. We need to do this right. We need to look at where we're spending the money and how we're spending it and how we're spending it responsibly. We need to listen to the experts and the engineers, and we need to get community buy-in, and we need to bring this to the community so that they can understand the conversations that's happening. We have an incredibly heartfelt and engaged activist community that is hurting right now. And they have years of discipline in knowing how to engage with city government and how to advocate for their wants and needs. And on the other side of that is the entire rest of the Flagstaff community who doesn't know that this conversation is happening and are not going to understand, and they're going to misconstrue what we're talking about here tonight. I guarantee you there are going to be conversations about people saying they're taking cars away from old people who will never ride a bike. We are going to see congestion issues occur because of potential reduced speed limits. And this needs to be something that is done with urgency, but with purpose and with planning. And that is the course that I would like us to pursue. I can't believe we're talking about a $900,000 budget item and deliverables by the end of August right now. I can't believe it. I'm going to leave my comments there for the time being, but I think it would be incredibly irresponsible for this deliberative body to race into this issue. We need to do it. We need to do it right. We need to do it thoughtfully, and we need to bring the rest of the Flagstaff community along so that they're on board. This conversation hasn't even happened with the full Flagstaff community. We can't start talking about candlesticks and right sighting and all of these things in the time frame that is being suggested right now. I am all in favor of all this stuff, but I take great umbrage with having to be the person who stands in the breach and speaks rationality in the face of a great rush to do something for an advocacy community that knows exactly what they want in the shortest time frame possible. It's not the right way to approach this.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. I will go to Councilmember Shimoni here in a sec. I just want to say I do have an idea that I was wanting to present today. So before we go too much into this one idea of the $900,000, I did want to present that idea that may get a little support kind of in a more of a middle ground here. So, but Councilmember Shimoni, please go ahead with your response.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Aslan, for voicing your thoughts and your opposition to my ideas. But I also heard your support. You know, I hear that you support it. You just feel like there's rush and that there's not a community buy-in. I guess my question would be, you know, does 900...
I'm not opposed to your ideas, Adam. I'm not opposed to your ideas. I'm opposed to the timeline which you're suggesting, which I feel is totally irrational.
So I guess I feel like it's irrational that we don't have this infrastructure in place already. I think we have clear community buy-in. Almost 900 signatures on a petition is pretty significant in 4 days. Just look at the community outcry after the tragic incident. I think there's community buy-in loud and clear, but that's just me. And I understand that I'm one of 7. The $900,000 is part of the budget for separate bicycle infrastructure. So this is what it's for. This is what it's for. So I just personally don't feel comfortable letting cyclists continue to share the lane with cars another day. I personally don't feel safe out there anymore and have found myself getting on the sidewalk at times because I don't feel safe. And that's the first time in the 15 years I've lived here that I've felt that way. And I know many other cyclists feel that same way. Councilmember Aslan, we have planning documents after planning documents after planning documents. I don't think we need another planning document here to feel comfortable as council to move forward, or another survey. You heard Martin talk about 10 surveys that have already been conducted. I think we have the buy-in and the outreach needed. What we're lacking is leadership by council. That's what I'm hearing loud and clear is what's missing. That's my comments, but I'll just say really quick in closing, Councilmember Aslan, that I'm hoping that council will agree that we should talk more about the idea I presented, and that we'll have more public dialogue with more information and more data and insight that hopefully will gain the support of yourself and others. And I don't think a month timeline is unrealistic, but again, that's just me.
Let me present an idea that I was wanting to present today, because maybe I don't want to get too derailed, and this might fit in with some of the discourse here. So we have the $25,000 that is available right now under council initiatives that Councilmember Shimoni brought up last week. That has not been spent, and it needs to be spent by July 1st or we lose it. The idea when I was discussing with several for this year, and then it recycles and we'll have another $25,000 the next fiscal year. But we have 8 days that we do have $25,000 to work with. And some of my discussions about this and seeing what ideas that we could do and what is going on in other cities and how they dealt with this in a more immediate manner, and then dealt with an immediate manner, and then went to the mid-level plans. My suggestion is that we get barrels and potted plants, haystacks, whatever it is, and block off some of the streets that won't be affected terribly by and have that pushback from the community. I mean, I drive on 4th Street every single day. It does not need 5 lanes. It does not need 5 lanes. And with $20,000 to $25,000, we have the ability to just, honestly, make it a community event. Let's bring out the bike party. Let's bring out this community with volunteers. We'll put up barrels up filled with sand, potted plants, whatever it is, and we can take 1-2 lanes off of 4th Street, and then have the traffic studies with it. We can spend $25,000 now, get this one road, get a test case for this scenario, so that way we have the analysis that would make it more comfortable for Councilmember Aslan and Councilmember McCarthy to get on to do it to a larger scale. And I will just say, with the 900,000, really my concern is that we're going to drop 900 grand, and then the first snowstorm, boom, all that infrastructure is, not all, but it now is a spotty infrastructure, just because that's how it is when you're in the middle of a snowstorm and it's already 8 inches in the ground and you're trying to plow at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's no, by any means, our snow plows do an amazing job. We have an amazing team. But that is my concern by doing this level of project with this amount of money. If we decide to do something like the barrels and so forth on 4th Street and potentially other roads, maybe down Cedar, I don't know. But let's do a test case study, and those things we can pull back for the winter season, potentially, if it's not working out, or it's going to really damage the plows or cause problems. And I'm just looking for kind of an experimentation here with this process. And if we do have the 25,000 that it could be used for that purpose and needs to be allocated before July 1st, why not try it? So that's kind of my suggestion for, I mean, we have a big transformative work to do, but I think this is a step that can give that immediate information, immediate trial, immediate more immediate data, so that way we can understand what the impact is going to be in the future, and we can make a bigger move after the winter season too. So we'll have that data available to make that larger $900,000 decision. So with that, I think I'd like to give Councilmember McCarthy to chime in, and then Councilmember Aslan about that.
Thank you, Mayor. I think before we decide to do anything, we need a specific proposal on a specific street. And, you know, maybe that will be 4th Street. I don't know that the public is going to be happy if we take half of the lanes off of 4th Street that are available for cars. I don't know. We might want to look into that before we just go ahead and do it. As far as the $25,000, I already had an idea what I wanted to do with that. I thought we should put it towards downtown parking, considering that we made a promise to the voters when we ran the bond for the courthouse that we would provide downtown parking. Yep, we're not doing anything about it. So I think I know it's off subject, but that's what I thought we should do with the $25,000. Now, admittedly, that's only one idea. There might be 10 ideas out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And just remember too that it resets July 1st, and then there's another 25,000. But we have 8 days that these dollars are available for a particular purpose. Councilmember Rassler.
Thank you, Mayor. Listen, I don't want to repeat everything I've just said, although I do feel like I need to repeat very vehemently that I am supportive of efforts to enhance bicycle safety and to do it holistically, and that it should be all-encompassing, and that with every project moving forward, we need to be considering that as an absolute priority. I think all we have here is a disagreement at the rate of change that needs to happen. And this is about safety, and it's about success. We can't do this overnight. We can't do this over the summer, or we are going to lose public support for this. I know that there's 900 people who signed a petition. There are 75,000 people in this town, and all of them own a car. And if you suddenly tell them in mid-August that the way they go back and forth has changed underneath their feet without the proper conversations ahead of time, you are going to have a real headache. We're going to have a real headache on our hands. We need to do this right. We need to do it quickly. We need to do it with urgency, but it's still going to take time. I'm not saying that we need another planning document, Councilmember Shimoni. What I'm saying is that we don't need to blindly implement your brand new plan that you just came up with tonight.
Councilmember Aslan, I would like to get your opinion on this. So because it is $25,000 at our discretion, am I correct? Well, actually, I should ask Tatter or city manager, do we have the ability to direct that tonight because it's not over a $50,000 threshold? Unlike the $900,000, which is going to have to go up for a vote, to my understanding.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Greg Clifton here. We actually had we have something coming your way to discuss this fund, and we were working on that just prior to the meeting this evening. We don't have any set protocol for spending, having expenditures out of this council initiatives fund, which maxes out at $25,000, as you noted, Mayor. I do believe it takes an action, probably in the form of a motion is what we decided, and of course, always a majority of council. But because this is a work session and either the city clerk or the city attorney can weigh in here, we're here to receive direction on that. I think the action of expending that money in any amount of that $25,000 would necessitate a regular council meeting agenda action item. Stacy and/or Sterling, if you'd like to correct me, please feel free.
Yeah, City Attorney.
Sure. I just want to. I thank you, Mayor and Council, and City Manager Clifton. You're spot on. Direction could come from a majority of council tonight to put that on an agenda for a vote, but that has to be on a regular meeting agenda. Actions by vote can't take place in an executive or in a work session. Thank you.
Okay, so it could be placed on a June 29th vote, but still be available to be allocated before the July 1st deadline? Is that possible? That's correct. Okay.
The timing, yes, yeah. Thank you.
So I'm just thinking that we can run this experiment with dollars we have on hand. We could organize volunteers and have this done in a month. By July, by August, to do this case study and have the larger conversation about $900,000 as well. But that's something we can definitely, I feel we can definitely move on if we can all on council get on board with at least that initiative fund that's going to expire anyway. Can we try this out is really what I'm asking. Mr. Tatter has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor Deasy. Just wanted to chime in. The money would need to be spent by June 30th. It's not about obligation of funds. It needs to be posted and spent in the year that we recognize it on our financials. So we did not carry over this funding to next year. We just have the new pot of money of $25,000 for next year available. So I think it may be tough or unlikely to spend the $25,000 by June 30th and have an invoice that we can pay shortly thereafter. Just talking about the timing that we're looking at this point, but if it works out, we can try to do that.
Or if we even had a quick meeting before Tuesday to make sure we can get it. I mean, if we don't spend it, council, it's gone. So if we can arrange something where even we could have a special meeting, just the single item later this week or something to get that out, so the procurement has enough time to do it. I don't know. It's just if there's those funds available and this is what the people are demanding and we have this as a test case, I just think that this would be a good way and also a good show of faith that we are getting the ball rolling as quickly as we can here. So I'd like to see other council members what they think about that. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, I have two questions. One is the money doesn't just disappear. I presume that money would still exist somehow. Rick Tatter, can you? Is this like Cinderella where it literally disappears?
Councilmember McCarthy. Basically, it rolls into the general fund balance and then is available for the next budget cycle to allocate in that process. So, no, the money does not disappear. As we're having this conversation, you may be talking about something that's more appropriate for maybe the 419 tax versus the general fund. And maybe if we knew what direction and what expenditures were occurring, we could look at what the funding source is for that versus the council initiative.
So my second question is, I don't know that there's anybody else on council that would support this, but if we wanted to put that into the parking fund for the new parking garage, we could do that just by shifting the money, and we could accomplish that by the end of this month if you got authorization. In other words, you could accomplish that in like 1 or 2 days, I presume. Is that true?
Again, it's a matter of the money being spent versus the money being budgeted. So no, we wouldn't spend that $25,000 on a parking structure by June 30th.
All right, you can't just put it in the fund. You have to actually spend it.
Well, the budget has already been approved and adopted. We couldn't roll that over into next year's budget. It would be part of the following cycle of budget planning.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
So if we don't use it now, we will see it in 2 years. is what I'm hearing. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor Deasy. I do want to take a breath and apologize for being in panic mode here. I do feel like we've been forced into a situation where we're making rapid shot decisions about something that deserves far more consideration and deliberation. And so I hope you guys understand where I'm coming from. If I'm the only one who thinks this way, then please just tell me. I think we need to start hearing from the rest of council. If my sense of panic on launching a big plan that has been vetted by one person and making that go into effect by the end of August is something that only I'm concerned about, then that's fine. But I do think that we can do this and do it right and do it quickly, but take the right amount of time that it needs in order to be successful in the short term and in the long term. Mayor Deasy, I really appreciate you trying to think outside the box on this and bringing up that pot of money and talking in terms of some, what you're really talking about is a pilot project, I think. I don't know if that's a fair way to construe it. I think that is the appropriate way forward. We need to vet this. We need to understand the general commuter's appetite for this. And I'm not saying we need to bow to the vehicle commuter. What I'm saying is they need to be a part of the conversation, and we need to understand their concerns. And it's the same with the climate project, right? We have implemented a brand new climate plan, zero emissions by 2030, and it's a framework. And we haven't pushed the button on any specific methodologies moving forward. We're going to hear from everybody. And there's been a lot of time for conversation around this, and yet there's still folks out there who think that we haven't provided enough planning time. That's not my argument. I don't think we need more planning. I think we legitimately need time for the entire community to be brought into this conversation so that we have a legitimate, empowered population moving forward in a way that's synergistic with the priorities that this council, myself included, has given direction for tonight. Again, I'm starting to feel a little anxious about the rush with which we're talking about this 25K. Honestly, I have concerns about the precedent it sends, but I do think that some of that money, it might be appropriate to help with the relief funds for the victims of that bicycle accident. That's something we could spend tomorrow, and it would provide a great deal of relief and consolation to the victims and their families, and that's a part of this conversation too. So I'm a little bit paralyzed. I'll just be completely frank with you guys in terms of coming up with how to spend that $25,000 tonight.
Well, we won't be deciding tonight on it. We would have to hold a special voting session anyways. So
this is all so fast all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that the accident that occurred was something that was preventable and something that we should have taken care of years ago. But that should never mean that we rush into a single-eyed solution to a very big problem that clearly has persisted for years for a reason. So we need to think holistically about this, and we can't do that if we're in knee-jerk mode. And that's all I want to say. At the end of the day, I think I'm going to fall in line and be very supportive and, frankly, very excited about the transformative nature of what we're talking about. But this is a ship that needs to right itself in due course. And while we can do that quickly, we can't do that immediately. That's just the logic that I bring to the table. And if I'm the only council member who feels that way, then so be it. But I really think we need to start hearing from others.
Yes.
I'll be quiet now.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding what Councilmember Aslan said, in my mind, what I was directing staff to do is to prioritize already planned infrastructure projects, bike and pedestrian related. So, already on the books, already planned for, but let's make that a priority. And then also the direction to our city attorney, who I bet is just sweating throughout this meeting, to have city attorney look at the Prop 419, what our discretion is around that, as well as speed limits and what our discretion is around setting speed limits. In terms of the 25,000, what if we asked staff, Martin, to come to us with some kind of a creative project that has to do with bike or pedestrian safety that could be done quickly, and maybe it is, the barrels and the whatever. But if staff came up with a project that they felt they could do in the time frame and that would be meaningful and would be an innovative test project, I would be interested in hearing more about that. I think it has the potential to be, something really creative. And I'm betting that staff has ideas that they've thought about, if only I had $25,000 that I had 6 days to spend, what would I do? So if staff, in fact, does have some sort of project like that, I'd be interested in hearing about it.
Yeah, if Mr. Ince might want to chime in here, Vice Mayor, we're connecting here because last week I specifically went to some of our staff and was including Mr. Ince and said, all right, if you got $25,000 to work with, give me a creative idea that's going to help this situation that we can act on quickly. But if Mr. Ince, if you wanted to chime in on Vice Mayor's question, that'd be great.
I can do that. Thank you, Your Honor, members of the council. Yeah, I think honestly, a lot of our projects are more expensive than 25,000. So I think part of our brainstorming was, is there a way to do some pop-up urbanism or tactical urbanism that would fit within that 25,000? Because I think part of our thinking was that it could be a real community project and kind of grassroots oriented and being intended to benefit neighborhoods or communities around town. And I think part of the thinking was that could be kind of an immediate response to the crash that happened a couple of weeks ago. And if we can get volunteers involved, then it gives them an opportunity to feel like they're doing something, like actually be doing something that benefits the community in a very tangible way. So I think that if I were asked, I think that would be my response for the 25K. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ince, and that's part of it too. Because I'll be honest, in my experience, some of the hardest part about dealing with these kinds of traumatic experiences is just feeling helpless that you can't do anything about it. And giving, especially a bike community, a physical activity where they can help to put those barrels and potted plants and block off that road and celebrate that change is happening, that I can actually do something, that we have a council that's listening. I just think that it checks a lot of the boxes, and I like the idea when it popped up and we started thinking it even more thoroughly through. So, but with that, I will if Councilmember Sweet would like to jump in here, she's next in line.
Thank you. I just wanted to address Councilmember Aslan's comments. I really appreciate your thoughts. And I just want to clarify where I'm coming from, that my belief is that we are giving staff direction tonight so that they can come back with information on what we're requesting. I totally understand your panic, but from my understanding, we're just giving staff direction for the future meeting. So I wanted to clarify that. And then I'm open to that $25,000 going towards the bike accident. I like the fact that we could get the community involved and do something meaningful as well as create some change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet.
Mr. Mayor, this is, sorry to interrupt. This is City Attorney Sterling Solomon. I just wanted to jump in and confirm what Councilmember Sweet had indicated. Yes, the work session is the forum for giving direction to staff for items for future meetings. That's correct.
Thank you, City Attorney. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, let me acknowledge Council members Shimone's passion and frustration. And a lot of us in our community are coming from a place of frustration, grief, pain, and even suffering, especially for the families and friends affected by the accident that happened a couple of weeks ago or so. But I also acknowledge Council Member Aslan's sense of panic. You are not alone in feeling that sense of panic. And I agree with you in let us prioritize pedestrian and bike infrastructure and safety, but we have to do it holistically with data, with analysis, with recommendations from the experts. There's the reason why we have expertise in our staff, and also having the entire community engaged. With respect to the active transportation master plan, I am in agreement of moving forward with it. I believe it has to come back to council for formal approval, but I agree with the goals and the vision of the active transportation master plan. With regards to the $25,000 that we need to spend in the next 8 days, I also would rely on staff recommendation, which would be like a pilot project that can be done soon. I also have in mind, or at least refreshing my memory, it was brought up last week or last couple of weeks meeting about the request of the Flagstaff Trail Initiative. And I believe we have, in the previous fiscal year, Council has supported the Flagstaff Trail Initiative, which is a nonprofit, which also promote pedestrian and bicycling in town. And also have some kind of support, direct support to the victims of the accident that happened on May 29th. Of course, mindful that we have to be aware of the gift clause, but if there's a way that we could lend financial support to the victims that are still recovering from the collision, I would welcome that idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. And that's one way I was hoping to address that, not have a get in way of a gift clause, but to give that activity, that community aspect to this. But I also hear you with the Flagstaff Trails Initiative. I will mention too that when I was discussing this with Mr. Entz and sustainability, that it is we could do this for $20,000. So I know we're getting kind of into the $25,000 deal, but we're looking at that deadline, and I mean we could potentially have a quick special meeting in a couple days, where we could even dedicate $5,000 for the Flagstaff Trails Initiative and the $20,000 towards this community building project that can involve the victims into closing off a road that also then acts as a test case for expanding this type of idea further and get the community input we need in the process. So Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for the discussion and your input. Councilmember Salas, I think you summed it up really well in that, you know, I am personally, and I think a lot in the community are feeling extremely frustrated, and we're grieving, and we're in pain, and we're suffering. A lot of us are saying enough is enough. We've been planning for 40 plus years, and we haven't seen action. You know, my ideas, you know, that I've thrown out there and kind of owned are in the ATMP, and, you know, are not my ideas. It's the community's ideas. These are not ideas that are new. All I'm doing is, in my opinion, is my job as a council member in taking ideas that have been, you know, studied and researched and proposed and adopted and putting them into action. Because what I'm hearing, Mayor, is that we're lacking leadership and seeing these ideas through decade after decade after decade. So, Council, here we are with an opportunity. You know, I understand Councilmember Aslan's concern about the speed at which I'm personally trying to push us. But, you know, I feel like there's a third of the community that doesn't have a vehicle, that relies on public transportation and bicycles. And there's a lot in the community that would really want to ride. And the community that do ride, we've been put through the ringer the past month. And you know, it's one thing to, you know, put blame on prior councils and decades ago councils. But right now we have an opportunity, and if we kick the can down the road and God forbid something else happens, that blood's on our hands. And that keeps me up at night, quite frankly. And with today's distracted driving and the rush that you see and the red light crossings that you see because of the increased traffic and anxiety that the drivers have, I don't understand what the holdup is. I don't understand why we have to wait. Mayor, I'm supportive of your pilot idea, and I'd be supportive of the special sessions ASAP tomorrow, you know. But I also want to make sure that I'm very clear that that to me is a very small piece of that holistic map that I was showing and trying to really push for that I know you support. I'm not afraid of that at all, and I think that that needs to be done before we go on break, and that needs to be done this summer. Maybe I'm in the minority on this one. I don't know, Council. I don't know if I've really heard clear direction of support or against this idea that I'm trying to propose. I'd like to hear from Council if there's clear support. Mayor, I think I heard from you. I think Vice Mayor might have supported it. But and again, what the support would be is that for staff to come back to us with options and ways of making this happen. And again, these are not necessarily my ideas. You heard from our engineer, Rick Tatter. Engineer. Gosh, it's been a long night.
It's okay, Rick Barrett.
Rick Barrett, thank you. I knew it was Rick. Sorry, Mr. Barrett. But you heard from our city engineer, Mr. Barrett, that he is ready to move forward with concepts in the ATMP. And that's what I'm asking us to do, is speed up that process and move forward with it today, because our community can't wait another day. I'm sorry, that's how I feel. And I really do believe that the community agrees with this. And lastly, Mayor, what I've heard from some council members is that we are supportive of bicycle infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure, as long as it doesn't upset the drivers. And like you said, Mayor, on 4th Street, that traffic is minimal. Look at the traffic on Butler. Look at the traffic on Beaver. Look at the traffic on Cedar going over the hill. I promise you, there is not a huge backup of cars. This might upset them in a certain way, but I just don't see it. I don't buy it. This is going to be a win-win. And I believe in the end, more people will be happy and safer than not, and especially if we act faster and sooner. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, I think we should kind of wrap up the direction. Again, this isn't a vote tonight, but I like this idea with the candlesticks. But in terms of direction, I want to know what it's going to take for the metal railing and the candlesticks, because that is going to make things safer for the bicyclists and be more permanent than just the candlesticks. So I want both quick action, but I also want more permanent safety with those dollars. So if we could all agree that let's get more information from staff on taking these 9 miles of road and see what it would look like cost-wise for the metal plus the candlesticks actually, so we have a lot of things to go over here that I got on my list. If we could have all the council members just turn your video on and we can get thumbs up and so forth, so we can be efficient and clear for our city staff, that would be awesome. So with that, would you all be willing to give direction to staff to just see if the metal with the candlesticks, what would that cost be for the ideas that are presented by Councilmember Shimoni? Are you good with that? Just get a cost estimate. Let's see what it is. Let's get our homework done.
Absolutely. All right. I'm going to speak out. I put my thumb down, but the reason is if this is a temporary, just try it, then I think we should do it the cheapest way we can. Doing the metal railing is overkill. If this is an experiment, the candlesticks will do it. Because if we did this as a permanent thing, we probably wouldn't do the metal rail. We'd probably do a concrete curb. So that's why I'm saying if we're going to do it, let us only do it on the with the candlesticks. Thank you. Gotcha. Sorry to interrupt, but I had no choice.
Yeah, no problem. And that's what the thumbs up, thumbs down thing is going to add different aspects of this. I think we do have clear direction for staff, for the city attorney to look at
9 miles. I don't know. Are we talking about the full 9 miles of Councilmember Shimoni's original proposal, or are we talking about a pilot project?
We're just looking at what it costs per mile. So it doesn't necessarily have to be 9 miles, 2 miles, a half a mile. It's just what is it going to cost for these other methods of, separating the lane.
It's just a cost analysis. We're not identifying a certain stretch of road or the whole stretch of road.
Not for this part of the, not this part of the direction.
I agree with that.
Okay, there's just to get a cost estimate, what would this look like to be a little bit more of a permanent solution? Because I'm not feeling comfortable with just candlesticks that may be gone the first winter. Okay, I think we do have clear direction to look at the Prop 419 and what limits we have to, for example, rather than making that 4-lane road, that it's 2 or 3 lanes with a separated bike lane. Yes, we're good with looking into that, Prop 419? All right, we're good on that front. Are we good with looking to see how we can waive or amend the code for speed limits to not require a study, particularly for that stretch of road we're discussing? All right. Would you like to see about the potential for doing some of that 3D art for the crosswalks that may create that little bump of an illusion to slow down traffic, and just see if city engineers can just assess if that's even a possibility? Is that good? Councilmember Shimoni? Did you want to say something?
I was concerns about distracting drivers, but I'm happy to explore it, I guess. I'll just go ahead and voice I do have concerns about us further distracting a driver. But yeah, anyways, that's just my thought.
Okay, yeah, and that'll be for further discussion. It's not a decision tonight, but I personally want more information. I like creative ideas, so just get more info on it. All right, with that as well, we have that is the top stuff I have. The one other thing that we did not discuss that I have, City Manager?
I should have let you finish your thought, Mayor. I can go after you if you like.
Okay, well, the other thing I wanted to ask about too is we have a lot of these building permits and so forth that are blocking off pedestrian and bike paths. We've been hearing about that from our constituents, notably on Beaver and Butler, as well as up 180 during that construction right now. It's blocked off on one of the most biggest roads. So would we be willing to look into what we can do in terms of permitting code to ensure that ped and bike lanes or ped and bike accessibility was a part of how we're doing that? And Vice Mayor? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But Gary Miller replied to one of the emails and said that there was a process that is in place now for making sure that a developer couldn't block a sidewalk for any length of time. I believe that already exists, so projects moving forward that are getting approved now will have that in place. Is that correct, Mr. Clifton?
I believe it is. If it is in place, I think it's in the process of being put into place. I can confirm that.
Well, if we could just get more information on that, give direction to just get more info to better understand that. I think that's been a concern from our community. Mr. Barrett, what's coming on that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't have any corrections. I'd like to believe that we have this issue resolved. That being construction impacts. We've implemented an administrative policy that is consistent with the ATMP in terms of pedestrian and bike prioritization. The biggest issue we have is projects that have already been permitted versus projects that will be permitted. There may be some contention by those projects and contractors and owners, developers that have already gotten a permit and now we're changing permit conditions. So as long as you guys understand that distinction, I'm confident that we have prioritized this and we have enacted a new administrative procedure and the game has changed moving forward.
That's really great to hear. If we could still get all that information so that way we could also provide that to our constituents with those concerns, that'd be great.
Fair enough. We'd be glad to provide that information.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. And I do understand Councilmember Shimoni has a couple little additions for potentially thumbs up, thumbs down, but City Manager, did you want to jump in here for any clarifications?
I think I can jump in at the end of this discussion. I don't want to truncate this discussion.
This is nice. We got like a full Brady Bunch thing going on here right now. All right, Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, we are a big happy family, aren't we? There's a couple other things that I just wanted to see if we can add to the list, Mayor. One is pausing our current projects to evaluate for biking peds to ensure that that's part of the plans. We won't regret it as a community in the future because it's already partially moving forward at the moment. That's one thing, Mayor. The other one was looking into right sizing, whether it's lessening the width of a road or potentially converting a road to that bike ped like you talked about. And then the third item was intersections. So those are the three that I'd like to see if we can get council direction on. And again, that's just pausing is number one. Second is looking into right sizing and further investigating right sizing. Again, part of the ATMP. And then third point is intersections. Intersections are where we see the most pedestrian intersects with cars, and that's a huge concern.
Well, what specifically with intersections are you looking for them to investigate?
You know, kind of like what Martin talked about today, those different design standards that he showed, where could those be implemented in terms of like the hierarchy of where the accidents occur in our community? We have all this data and we know where the intersections are between cars and peds. And I'd like to see us look into reinventing those intersections, given our wisdom that we have within our department.
All right, so I got 3 options here. So I am concerned with pausing things at this point, because these are also included in such things as, you know, digging up the roads to put in broadband and so forth. So until I had a list of what is actually going to be paused with that, I don't feel comfortable moving forward on it, but I'll get to the rest of council members, thumbs up, thumbs down for pausing all of these capital projects. All right. Okay, we have that done. How about looking into the lessening width of the roads and what standards should be for that?
So just to clarify, you're asking if staff should look into this and give us a report on it.
Yeah, this is all just to get information and direction. Or
I'm fine with that, but I think I know what the answer is going to be.
Cool. All right, we're good with that. And then getting some creative design ideas for intersections. Cool. We just got through like 8 or 9 directions. Good work, council. Anything else at this time? Councilmember Salas.
Did we talk about the Flagstaff Trails initiative for the part of the 25,000?
Yep, actually thank you for the reminder. That was the other thing. Would council and city manager, would you be willing that we have a special meeting just on this 25,000, potentially say on Thursday, to see if we can allocate these funds before the timer is ended?
Thank you. And that's what I was going to speak to a short while ago when I put my video on. Mr. Mayor and Council, allow us at the staff level to put our heads together. I think we've heard from a majority of council that you would like to support the Trails Initiative and do so in this fiscal year. I've also heard that if there is a means to do it legally within the gift clause prohibitions, that council would like to consider some assistance for therapy and behavioral health assistance for some of our witnesses of that horrific accident. I am glad to look at the possibilities of that as well. We can circle back to you right away, and if there's a need for a special meeting, we can get that set up. If we do not need a special meeting, we can proceed in that way.
Okay, so a special meeting may not be necessary for that allocation. Is that what I'm hearing now? Or
I believe, City Clerk, that we have one more regular meeting on June 29th.
Thank you, Mayor, or thank you, Mr. Clifton, sorry. We actually are scheduled for a work session on June 29th. I know it's a little confusing. This is a 5 Tuesday month, so that throws things off a bit.
I'm wondering if the special meeting could be in conjunction with that work session. I'm trying to avoid council, which is already having some pretty hefty agendas between now and the recess, having to schedule a special meeting outside of what's already scheduled.
Yes, we can certainly do a combined special meeting work session.
Thank you.
And that would be my only concern is I'm good with that. I'm just wanting to make sure we can allocate before that is done. If there's any way, particularly, I mean, if we are going towards this idea of closing off a street with barrels and pots and everything else, it shouldn't be too hard. But if it could be, I don't know, potentially prepped beforehand on how that would be spent, so we don't miss that window of time. If council gets on board with that, that would be good.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess we probably need to see a thumbs up or thumbs down on that one. I was speaking just to the other 2 items, the Trails Initiative and some mental health assistance, but I did not reference the idea of a temporary road closure and some of the other ideas that have been raised in that regard. I didn't mean to cut that out of the discussion. It's just not something that I had referenced.
Okay, well, can we get a thumbs up or a thumbs down regarding that idea?
So I want to clarify what we're talking about. We're talking about to have a future discussion about where this money should go. That I would agree with. As far as deciding which special thing it goes for, we're not discussing that tonight.
No, that would be voted in on Tuesday, but with the short deadline, we kind of have to give direction on what we would like to prep, so that way they can spend it right away before the deadline. So
I guess I will make a quick comment here. Since I've been on council, when we've had these monies going to trail initiative groups or whatever, we've had a process and a bunch of people apply for things. And I think it's really kind of out of order that one person asks for special consideration, yet we're not advertising it to let other people also apply. It's completely contrary to the way council has allocated these types of monies in the past, and in my opinion, inappropriate. So I'm willing to have a meeting, but that doesn't mean I'm necessarily going to support any given one idea.
Sounds good, Councilman McCarthy. And that would, yeah, it's not a vote for tonight. This would be a vote for Tuesday. It's just a matter with that short window of time. City Attorney, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on Councilmember McCarthy's concern. Those service contracts are what you're referring to, and individuals, entities, nonprofits that come in and indicate that they are willing to provide a service to the city, and they line up for budget requests and that sort of thing to be provided through service contracts. Those were all prior to this fund, the $25,000 fund. It is new, and for that reason, you're right. There may need to be a way to look at that process with respect to service contracts and this fund, but I just wanted to point that out for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baird. Were you wanting to chime in?
You're muted.
I am muted. No, I did not. I'm playing around with my camera. I apologize for the interruption.
No worries. Okay, well then let's separate from the 25,000. Let's talk about just direction. Do we want staff to look into potentially the idea of putting out barrels, potted plants on Forest Street or another road to see if we can block it off in that manner as a kind of a community event?
And just to clarify, is this what Martin was talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about that.
And that doesn't necessarily have to come out of this pool of 25,000. That's when I was looking at the deadlines, I was just thinking that, hey, we'd have a certain amount of time to spend. People are asking us to do something quickly. It seemed to match. But take away that 25,000 fund that we have to work on. Can I get thumbs up for the idea of a direction to do a pilot with these barrels and so forth potentially on 4th Street?
I think a pilot is a great idea, and it also allows for greater public awareness and input of the changes that are going to be coming.
Excellent. All right. Wow, we got through a lot on that, Council, let me tell you. Great. Well, City Manager, are we all good with the direction at this point? Any additional clarification needed?
I think we're good. And thank you for a very thoughtful discussion and giving us some direction on how to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. All right, with that, we're down to agenda item 7 for public participation. And do we have anything for that, City Clerk?
Mayor, we do not have any more public participation at this time.
All right, we are down to item 8, informational items 2 from Mayor, Council, and City Manager with future agenda item requests. I was hoping actually to start this off so that way, particularly to discuss the fire with hopefully Councilmember Shimoni or Vice Mayor. If I have any gaps with this, please, yeah, fill it in to make sure I'm not missing anything. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of our firefighters on the front line that are working tirelessly in the midst of a heat wave, in the midst of a massive drought, in the midst of complete, utter resource, lack of resources because of what's happening all through our state and in the entire Southwest. Thank you for protecting our city. Secondly, I want all the public to please sign up for emergency notifications with the county. This can be done at coconino.az.gov/ready. You will then be able to get text messages, emails, and be available for a high alert status to be able to, God forbid, if anything were to happen, that you can keep you and yours safe in the process. And yeah, it takes 2-3 minutes, not much time at all. We are still on set status for south of I-40 and west of I-17. There is a ready, set, go status with our evacuation plans. Ready means you have a plan. You make sure you know where the stuff is that you need to throw in a bag and go at a minute's notice if necessary. The whole city is right now at ready status. Is expected to be. Set status means you have your bag packed by the front door, you're ready to grab your animals and go at a moment's notice. South of I-40, west of I-17 is currently in that status. The Red Cross is ready to go if God forbid we have a go status for any neighborhood. But know that the support is here and we are going to be handing over the reins to the 1A team on Thursday. Councilmember Shimoni, remind me which that's Thursday at 8 a.m.
A1 team is taking over Thursday morning at 6 a.m.
At 6 a.m. So we are getting very priority support. I understand that there is now 138 personnel on the fire. We are getting resources now more allocated to our needs, which is great to hear. And although we've been at this meeting for a while, last I heard that it's still in Sycamore Canyon, and everyone's keeping a watchful eye if it pops up. But I do want to note also that our firefighters are doing an amazing job. They're facing 2 to 7 other fires per day that they're putting out and containing that are in the surrounding area. So this isn't just the Sycamore that they're dedicated to. They're putting out the spot fires all over to make sure that our city is protected, and many of those are in between us and the Raphael fire. So aside from that, I mainly wanted to touch base on that. Please sign up for the emergency notification system with the county so that way we are all properly prepared, and make sure you have a plan to evacuate if it comes down to it. Also, would like to note that with the smoke issues in town, that we do have a lot of KN95 masks that are available. They're at City Hall. We just put out a bucket as well outside of City Hall that you can pick them up. Just asking, don't take more than 10 a piece, but they're in little packages of 10. Honestly, take what you're going to need. Take care of grandma, take them for your neighbors. We just need to protect people from smoke inhalation. It is also available at the county libraries, so that when for pickup, you can let them know, and they'll get you the KN95 mask as well that will help with the smoke particulates. That is the main stuff I wanted to roll off, and hopefully if there's any blanks I had in there on this important topic, the other members can help jog the memory or help out with filling that in. So with that, I will go to well, Councilmember Shimoni has his camera on, so let's go with camera Shimoni. Councilmember Shimoni.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and jump in next. Yeah, the only other thing I think I have to add to your comments on that topic is that there is a hotline number that the county has set up. I don't know that number off the top of my head, but check with the county, check their website. They've got a great resource guide on there.
You're breaking up there a bit, council member. Do you want to turn off your video?
All the information. Oh, I'm going to go ahead and turn off my camera. Hopefully that's better. Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah.
It's okay. So I was just saying that there's a good information Facebook resource page, Raphael Fire Information, I believe is what it's called. And lastly, Mayor, just to echo your comments, thank you to all the firefighters in the region, to our Deputy Chief Wilson at the fire department, along with Chief Gaylord at the fire department, Police Chief Musselman, Sheriff Driscoll, for all their hard work, and obviously our partners at the county during these challenging times, and all the staff leadership involved, and to you, Mayor, as well. Thank you for stepping up and your leadership and support with the K95 masks. In closing, I'll just say I did have a fair request. I'm going to attempt to turn on my video. Let me know if I break up. But with the forest closures, Mayor, I'm wondering if we can have a conversation about our unsheltered population and our most vulnerable, and what it is that we're going to be doing to support them during these difficult next few weeks. I don't know how soon the conversation can occur, but with the forest closures occurring, I have concerns about where these individuals are going to be going and what they're going to need. And also our camping ban that's in place. I'd like to just have a general conversation on all these things, ideally sooner than later. So that's my fair request, or maybe you and city manager can get it on the agenda sooner than going through the fair process. But I think that's an important conversation that we should have as a council body. And the public, I think, wants us to have. I know there's a citizen group circulating a petition right now. And so there is a movement towards having this conversation, regardless of me pushing it forward. And then lastly, Mayor, I just want to thank you for guiding us through this conversation tonight, and to council for having that difficult conversation. This is what we signed up for, right, council? This is our jobs, and it's not easy. But I think we did well getting through it. And Mayor, I think you led us efficiently and as effectively as you could. So thank you, and thank you, everybody, and have a good night.
Thank you, council member. Let's go back to the list then with Vice Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know what else there is to say. Thank you both for all of the information that you've just provided to the public, and thank you for a great meeting tonight. We dove into some really important issues, and I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Aslan?
I don't need to add anything else this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Nothing additional. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take this time to share to the public what was shared to us by our public affairs director. We are on fire restriction stage 4 for the city. That means no outdoor grill of any type, including the gas grill that with on and off switches. And we have closed access to some of the trails that connect to the Coconino National Forest. And it's, I think it's on our city, Flagstaff City Government Facebook page as well. And then for information about developing a plan for potential or displaced citizens that live in the evacuated or closed forest area. The County Health and Human Services Public Health Emergency Preparedness is developing a plan. With regard to the call center, it's 928-679-8647. And then with regard to people experiencing homelessness, in addition to the shelter, we have the Catholic Charities and the Salvation Army working in response to this need. And what else? It's kind of just we received several messages from Ms. Drum today. Of course, no fireworks, and no open burning flame within the city, no smoking in public. It's just kind of reinforce those message. And I will be in Washington, D.C. tomorrow till Saturday, attending the National Association of Workforce Boards, representing the County Workforce Development Board. So I will be missing some of the events in town, including the League of Neighborhoods, but I will try to join online. I think there's an access through Teams. And also like an event at Lowell Observatory and an event at our courthouse public arts. So, but I am in touch by email, by phone call, and by text message. And if we need to have a special meeting, I'll be available. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for a great meeting tonight, and for everyone working on the fires. I appreciate, of course, all of the hard work with that. And tomorrow I will be speaking at the ribbon cutting ceremony for the new courthouse artwork. I'm super excited to introduce Marie Jones and her art Among Trees. So join me tomorrow at 10:30.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Looking forward to it. City Manager, anything to add this evening?
Nothing else from me. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all. This meeting is adjourned. Happy Tuesday, all.